Section 14, Part 2, Chapter 6 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly, Chapter 6. Some consideration of the deluge legends. The fountains of the great deep. As Atlantis perished in a volcanic convulsion, it must have possessed volcanoes. This is rendered the more probable when we remember that the ridge of land of which it was a part, stretching from north to south, from Iceland to St. Helena, contains even now great volcanoes, as in Iceland, the Azores, the Canaries, etc., and that the very seabed along the line of its original axis is to this day, as we have shown, the scene of great volcanic disturbances. If, then, the mountains of Atlantis contained volcanoes, of which the peaks of the Azores are the surviving representatives, it is not improbable that the convulsions which drowned it in the sea was accompanied by great discharges of water. We have seen that such discharges occurred in the island of Java, when 4,000 people perished. Immense columns of hot water and boiling mud were thrown out of the volcano of Galung Gung. The water was projected from the mountain like a water spout. When a volcanic island was created near Sicily in 1831, it was accompanied by a water spout 60 feet high. In the island of Dominica, one of the islands constituting the leeward group of the West Indies, and nearest to the site of Atlantis, on the 4th of January, 1880, occurred a series of convulsions which reminded us forcibly of the destruction of Plato's island. And the similarity extends to another particular. Dominica contains, like Atlantis, we are told, numerous hot and sulphur springs. I abridge the account given by the New York Herald of January 28, 1880. A little after 11 o'clock a.m., soon after High Mass in the Roman Catholic Cathedral, and while divine service was still going on in the Anglican and Wesleyan chapels, all the indications of an approaching thunderstorm suddenly showed themselves. The atmosphere, which just previously had been cool and pleasant, slight showers falling since early morning, became at once nearly stifling hot. The rumbling of distant thunder was heard, and the light blue and fleecy white of the sky turned into a heavy and lowering black. Soon the thunder peals came near and loud, the lightning flashes of a blue and red color more frequent and vivid, and the rain, first with a few heavy drops, commenced to pour as if the floodgates of heaven were open. In a moment it darkened as if night had come. A strong, nearly overpowering smell of sulphur announced itself, and people who happened to be out in the streets felt the raindrops falling on their heads, backs, and shoulders like showers of hailstones. The cause of this was to be noted by looking at the spouts from which the water was rushing like so many cataracts of molten lead, while the gutters below ran swollen streams of thick gray mud, looking like nothing ever seen in them before. In the meantime the Rousseau River had worked itself into a state of mad fury, overflowing its banks, carrying down rocks and large trees, and threatening destruction to the bridges over it and the houses in its neighborhood. When the storm ceased, it lasted till 12 midday, the roofs and walls of the buildings in town, the street pavement, the doorsteps, and backyards were found covered with a deposit of volcanic debris, holding together like clay, dark gray in color, and in some places more than an inch thick, with small, shining, metallic particles on the surface, which could be easily identified as iron pyrites. Scraping up some of the stuff, it required only a slight examination to determine its main constituents: sandstone and magnesia, the pyrites being slightly mixed, and silver showing itself in even smaller quantity. This is, in fact, the composition of the volcanic mud thrown up by the soufrières at Wattenwaven and in the Boiling Lake country, and it is found in solution as well in the lake water. The Devil's Billiard Table, within half a mile of the Boiling Lake, is composed wholly of this substance, which there assumes the character of stone in formation. Inquiries instituted on Monday morning revealed the fact that, except on the southeast, the mud shower had not extended beyond the limits of the town. On the northwest, in the direction of Fond Colo and Morne Daniel, nothing but pure rainwater had fallen, and neither Loubière nor Point Michel had seen any signs of volcanic disturbance. But what happened at Point Mulâtre enabled us to spot the locale of the eruption. Point Mulâtre lies at the foot of the range of mountains on the top of which the boiling lake frets and seethes. The only outlet of the lake is a cascade which falls into one of the branches of the Point Mulâtre river, the color and temperature of which at one time and another shows the existence, or otherwise, of volcanic activity in the lake country. We may observe, en passant, that the fall of the water from the lake is similar in appearance to the falls on the sides of Roy-Rama, in the interior of British Guiana. There is no continuous stream, but the water overleaps its basin like a kettle boiling over, and comes down in detached cascades from the top. May there not be a boiling lake on the unapproachable summit of Roy-Rama? The phenomena noted at Point Mulâtre on Sunday were similar to what we witnessed in Roseau, but with every feature more strongly marked. The fall of mud was heavier, covering all the fields. The atmospheric disturbance was greater, and the change in the appearance of the running water about the place more surprising. The Point Mulâtre river suddenly began to run volcanic mud and water. Then the mud predominated, and almost buried the stream under its weight, and the odor of sulphur in the air became positively oppressive. Soon the fish in the water, brochet, camus, mehe, crocro, mullet, down to the eel, the crawfish, the loche, the tatar, and the dormer, died, and were thrown on the banks. The mud carried down by the river has formed a bank at the mouth, which nearly dams up the stream, and threatens to throw it back over the low-lying lands of the Point Mulâtre estate. The reports from the Laudat section of the Boiling Lake district are curious. The Bachelor and Admiral rivers, and the numerous mineral springs which arise in that part of the island, are all running a thick white flood like cream milk. The face of the entire country, from the Admiral River to the Solfatara Plain, has undergone some portentous change, which the frightened peasants who bring the news to Roseau seem unable clearly and connectedly to describe, and the volcanic activity still continues. From this account it appears that the rain of water and mud came from a boiling lake on the mountains. It must have risen to a great height, like a water spout, and then fallen in showers over the face of the country. We are reminded, in this boiling lake of Dominica, of the Welsh legend of the eruption of Llyn Ilion, the lake of waves, which inundated the whole country. On the top of a mountain in the county of Kerry, in Ireland, called Mangerton, there is a deep lake known as Pouliferon, which signifies hell hole. It frequently overflows, and rolls down the mountain in frightful torrents. On Slieve Donart, in the territory of Mourne, in the county of Down, Ireland, a lake occupies the mountain top, and its overflowings help to form rivers. If we suppose the destruction of Atlantis to have been in like manner accompanied by a tremendous outpour of water from one or more of its volcanoes thrown to a great height and deluging the land, we can understand the description in the Chaldean legend of the terrible water spout, which even the gods grew afraid of, and which rose to the sky, and which seems to have been one of the chief causes, together with the earthquake, of the destruction of the country. And in this view we are confirmed by the Aramaean legend of the deluge, probably derived at an earlier age from the Chaldean tradition. In it we are told, "All on a sudden enormous volumes of water issued from the earth, and rains of extraordinary abundance began to fall. The rivers left their beds, and the ocean overflowed its banks." The disturbance in Dominica duplicates this description exactly. In a moment the water and mud burst from the mountains, the floodgates of heaven were opened, and the river overflowed its banks. And here again we are reminded of the expression in Genesis, "The same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up." Chapter 7, number 11. That this does not refer to the rain is clear from the manner in which it is stated. "The same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up," and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was upon the earth," etc. And when the work of destruction is finished, we are told, "The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped." This is a reminiscence by an inland people, living where such tremendous volcanic disturbances were nearly unknown, of the terrible water spout which rose to the sky, of the Chaldean legend, and of the enormous volumes of water issuing from the earth of the Aramaean tradition. The Hindoo legend of the flood speaks of the marine god Hayagriva, who dwelt in the abyss, who produced the cataclysm. This is doubtless the archangel of the abyss spoken of in the Chaldean tradition. The mountains of the north, we have in Plato the following reference to the mountains of Atlantis: "The whole country was described as being very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea. The whole region of the island lies toward the south, and is sheltered from the north. The surrounding mountains exceed all that are to be seen now anywhere. These mountains were the present Azores. One has but to contemplate their present elevation, and remember the depth to which they descend in the ocean, to realize their tremendous altitude and the correctness of the description given by Plato. In the Hindoo legend we find the fish god, who represents Poseidon, father of Atlantis, helping man over the mountain of the north. In the Chaldean legend, Khasisatra's vessel is stopped by the mountain of Nizir until the sea goes down, the mud which stopped navigation. We are told by Plato, Atlantis disappeared beneath the sea, and then that sea became inaccessible, so that navigation on it ceased, on account of the quantity of mud which the engulfed island left in its place. This is one of the points of Plato's story which provoked the incredulity and ridicule of the ancient and even of the modern world. We find in the Chaldean legend something of the kind. Khasisatra says, "I looked at the sea attentively, observing, and the whole of humanity had returned to mud." In the Popol Vuh we are told that a resinous thickness descended from heaven, even as in Dominica the rain was full of thick gray mud, accompanied by an overpowering smell of sulphur. The explorations of the ship Challenger show that the whole of the submerged ridge of which Atlantis is a part is to this day thickly covered with volcanic debris. We have but to remember the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum, which were covered with such a mass of volcanic ashes from the eruption of A.D. 79 that for 17 centuries they remained buried at a depth of from 15 to 30 feet. A new population lived and labored above them. An aqueduct was constructed over their heads, and it was only when a farmer, in digging for a well, penetrated the roof of a house, that they were once more brought to the light of day and the knowledge of mankind. We have seen that, in 1783, the volcanic eruption in Iceland covered the sea with pumice for a distance of 150 miles, and ships were considerably impeded in their course. The eruption in the island of Sumbawa in April, 1815, threw out such masses of ashes as to darken the air. The floating cinders to the west of Sumatra formed on the 12th of April a mass 2 feet thick and several miles in extent, through which ships with difficulty forced their way. It thus appears that the very statement of Plato which has provoked the ridicule of scholars is in itself one of the corroborating features of his story. It is probable that the ships of the Atlanteans, when they returned after the tempest to look for their country, found the sea impassable from the masses of volcanic ashes and pumice. They returned terrified to the shores of Europe, and the shock inflicted by the destruction of Atlantis upon the civilization of the world probably led to one of those retrograde periods in the history of our race in which they lost all intercourse with the western continent. The preservation of a record. There is a singular coincidence in the stories of the Deluge in another particular. The legends of the Phoenicians, preserved by Sanchoniathon, tell us that Totus, or Tot, was the inventor of the alphabet and of the art of writing. Now we find in the Egyptian legends a passage of Manetho, in which Thoth, or Hermes Trismegistus, before the Deluge, inscribed on stellae or tablets, in hieroglyphics or sacred characters, the principles of all knowledge. After the deluge, the second Thoth translated the contents of these stellae into the vulgar tongue. Josephus tells us that the patriarch Seth, in order that wisdom and astronomical knowledge should not perish, erected, in prevision of the double destruction by fire and water predicted by Adam, two columns, one of brick, the other of stone, on which this knowledge was engraved, and which existed in the Syriatic country. In the Chaldean legends, the god Ea ordered Khasisastra to inscribe the divine learning and the principles of all sciences on tablets of terra cotta, and bury them, before the deluge, in the city of the sun at Sippara. Berosus, in his version of the Chaldean flood, says, "The deity Cronus appeared to him Xisisthoros in a vision, and warned him that upon the 15th day of the month Doisis there would be a flood by which mankind would be destroyed. He therefore enjoined him to write a history of the beginning, procedure, and conclusion of all things, and to bury it in the city of the sun at Sippara, and to build a vessel," etc. The Hindu Bhagavad Purana tells us that the fish god, who warned Sataravata of the coming of the flood, directed him to place the sacred scriptures in a safe place, in order to preserve them from Hayagriva, a marine horse dwelling in the abyss. Here we are to find the original of these legends in the following passage from Plato's history of Atlantis. Now the relations of their governments to one another were regulated by the injunctions of Poseidon, as the law had handed them down. These were inscribed by the first then on a column of orichalcum, which was situated in the middle of the island, at the temple of Poseidon, whither the people were gathered together. They received and gave judgments, and at daybreak they wrote down their sentences on a golden tablet, and deposited them as memorials with their robes. There were many special laws which the several kings had inscribed about the temples. Critias, page 120. A succession of disasters. The Central American books, translated by de Bourbourg, state that originally a part of the American continent extended far into the Atlantic Ocean. This tradition is strikingly confirmed by the explorations of the ship Challenger, which show that the Dolphin's Ridge was connected with the shore of South America north of the mouth of the Amazon. The Central American books tell us that this region of the continent was destroyed by a succession of frightful convulsions, probably at long intervals apart. 3 of these catastrophes are constantly mentioned, and sometimes there is reference to 1 or 2 more. The land in these convulsions was shaken by frightful earthquakes, and the waves of the sea combined with volcanic fires to overwhelm and engulf it. Each convulsion swept away portions of the land until the whole disappeared, leaving the line of coast as it is now. Most of the inhabitants, overtaken amid their regular employments, were destroyed, but some escaped in ships, and some fled for safety to the summits of high mountains, or to portions of the land which for a time escaped immediate destruction. Baldwin's Ancient America, page 176. This accords precisely with the teachings of geology. We know that the land from which America and Europe were formed once covered nearly or quite the whole space now occupied by the Atlantic between the continents, and it is reasonable to believe that it went down piecemeal, and that Atlantis was but the stump of the ancient continent, which at last perished from the same causes and in the same way. The fact that this tradition existed among the inhabitants of America is proven by the existence of festivals, especially one in the Monte Ticale, which were instituted to commemorate this frightful destruction of land and people, and in which, say the sacred books, princes and people humbled themselves before the divinity, and besought him to withhold a return of such terrible calamities. Can we doubt the reality of events which we thus find confirmed by religious ceremonies at Athens, in Syria, and on the shores of Central America? And we find this succession of great destructions of the Atlantic continent in the Triads of Wales, where traditions are preserved of 3 terrible catastrophes. We are told by the explorations of the ship Challenger that the higher lands reached in the direction of the British Islands, and the Celts had traditions that a part of their country once extended far out into the Atlantic. and was subsequently destroyed. And the same succession of destructions is referred to in the Greek legends, where a deluge of Ogyges, the most ancient of the kings of Boeotia or Attica, a quite mythical person, lost in the night of ages, preceded that of Deucalion. We will find hereafter the most ancient hymns of the Aryans praying God to hold the land firm. The people of Atlantis, having seen their country thus destroyed, section by section, and judging that their own time must inevitably come, must have lived under a great and perpetual terror, which will go far to explain the origin of primeval religion, and the hold which it took upon the minds of men. And this condition of things may furnish us a solution of the legends which have come down to us of their efforts to perpetuate their learning on pillars, and also an explanation of that other legend of the Tower of Babel, which, as I will show hereafter, was common to both continents, and in which they sought to build a tower high enough to escape the deluge. All the legends of the preservation of a record prove that the united voice of antiquity taught that the Antediluvians had advanced so far in civilization as to possess an alphabet and a system of writing, a conclusion which, as we will see hereafter, finds confirmation in the original identity of the alphabetical signs used in the Old World and the New. End of chapter 5, section 14, part 2. Recording by Mike Harris. Section 15, part 3, chapter 1 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Part 3. The Civilization of the Old World and New Compared. Chapter 1. Civilization and Inheritance. Material civilization might be defined to be the result of a series of inventions and discoveries whereby man improves his condition and controls the forces of nature for his own advantage. The savage man is a pitiable creature, as Menabosbu says in the Chippewa legends. He is pursued by a perpetual hunger. He is exposed unprotected to the blasts of winter and the heats of summer. A great terror sits upon his soul, for every manifestation of nature, the storm, the wind, the thunder, the lightning, the cold, the heat, all are threatening and dangerous demons. The seasons bring him neither seed time nor harvest. Pinched with hunger, appeasing in part the everlasting craving of his stomach with seeds, berries, and creeping things, he sees the animals of the forest dash by him, and he has no means to arrest their flight. He is powerless and miserable in the midst of plenty. Every step towards civilization is a step of conquest over nature. The invention of the bow and arrow was, in its time, a far greater stride forward for the human race than the steam engine or the telegraph. The savage could now reach his game. His insatiable hunger could be satisfied. The very eagle, towering in its pride of place, was not beyond the reach of this new and wonderful weapon. The discovery of fire and the art of cooking was another immense step forward. The savage, having nothing but wooden vessels in which to cook, covered the wood with clay. The clay hardened in the fire. The savage gradually learned that he could dispense with the wood, and thus pottery was invented. Then someone, if we are to believe the Chippewa legends on the shores of Lake Superior, found fragments of the pure copper of that region, beat them into shape, and the art of metallurgy was begun. Iron was first worked in the same way, by shaping meteoric iron into spearheads. But it must not be supposed that these inventions followed one another in rapid succession. Thousands, and perhaps tens of thousands of years intervened between each step. Many savage races have not to this day achieved some of these steps. Professor Richard Owen says, "Unprepossessed and sober experience teaches that arts, language, literature are of slow growth, the results of gradual development." I shall undertake to show hereafter that nearly all the arts essential to civilization which we possess date back to the time of Atlantis, certainly to that ancient Egyptian civilization which was coeval with and an outgrowth from Atlantis. In 6,000 years the world made no advance on the civilization which it received from Atlantis. Phoenicia, Egypt, Chaldea, India, Greece, and Rome passed the torch of civilization from one to the other, but in all that lapse of time they added nothing to the arts which existed at the earliest period of Egyptian history. In architecture, sculpture, painting, engraving, mining, metallurgy, navigation, pottery, glassware, the construction of canals, roads, and aqueducts, the arts of Phoenicia and Egypt extended, without material change or improvement, to a period but 200 or 300 years ago. The present age has entered upon a new era. It has added a series of wonderful inventions to the Atlantean list. It has subjugated steam and electricity to the uses of man, and its work has but commenced. It will continue until it lifts man to a plane as much higher than the present as the present is above the barbaric condition, and in the future it will be said that between the birth of civilization in Atlantis and the new civilization there stretches a period of many thousands of years, during which mankind did not invent, but simply perpetuated. Herodotus tells us in Euterpe that, according to the information he received from the Egyptian priests, their written history dated back 11,340 years before his era, or nearly 14,000 years prior to this time. They introduced him into a spacious temple, and showed him the statues of 341 high priests, who had, in turn, succeeded each other, and yet the age of Columbus possessed no arts, except that of printing, which was ancient in China, which was not known to the Egyptians, and the civilization of Egypt, at its first appearance, was of a higher order than at any subsequent period of its history, thus testifying that it drew its greatness from a fountain higher than itself. It was in its early days that Egypt worshipped one only God. In the later ages this simple and sublime belief was buried under the corruptions of polytheism. The greatest pyramids were built by the fourth dynasty, and so universal was education at that time among the people that the stones with which they were built retain to this day the writing of the workmen. The first king was Menes. "At the epoch of Menes," says Winchell, "the Egyptians were already a civilized and numerous people." Manetho tells us that Athotis, the son of this first king, Menes, built the palace at Memphis, that he was a physician and left anatomical books. All these statements imply that even at this early period the Egyptians were in a high state of civilization. From Winchell's Pre-Adamitites, page 120. In the time of Menes the Egyptians had long been architects, sculptors, painters, mythologists, and theologians. That from Professor Richard Owen, who says, "Egypt is recorded to have been a civilized and governed community before the time of Menes. The pastoral community of a group of nomad families, as portrayed in the Pentateuch, may be admitted as an early step in civilization. But how far in advance of this stage is a nation administered by a kingly government, consisting of grades of society, with divisions of labor, of which one kind, assigned to the priesthood, was to record or chronicle the names and dynasties of the kings, the duration and chief events of their reigns?" Ernest Renan points out that Egypt at the beginning appears mature, old, and entirely without mythical or heroic ages, as if the country had never known youth. Its civilization has no infancy, and its art no archaic period. The civilization of the old monarchy did not begin with infancy; it was already mature. We shall attempt to show that it matured in Atlantis, and that the Egyptian people were unable to maintain it at the high standard at which they had received it, as depicted in the pages of Plato. What king of Assyria, or Greece, or Rome, or even of these modern nations, has ever devoted himself to the study of medicine and the writing of medical books for the benefit of mankind? Their mission has been to kill, not to heal the people. Yet here, at the very dawn of Mediterranean history, we find the son of the first king of Egypt recorded as a physician and having left anatomical books. I hold it to be incontestable that, in some region of the earth, primitive mankind must have existed during vast spaces of time, and under most favorable circumstances, to create, invent, and discover those arts and things which constitute civilization. When we have it before our eyes that for 6,000 years mankind, in Europe, Asia, and Africa, even when led by great nations and illuminated by marvelous minds, did not advance 1 inch beyond the arts of Egypt, we may conceive what lapses, what eons of time it must have required to bring savage man to that condition of refinement and civilization possessed by Egypt when it first comes within the purview of history. That illustrious Frenchman, H.A. Taine (History of English Literature, p. 23), sees the unity of the Indo-European races manifest in their languages, literature, and philosophies, and argues that these preeminent traits are "the great marks of an original model," and that when we meet them 15, 20, 30 centuries before our era, in an Aryan, an Egyptian, a Chinese, they represent the work of a great many ages, perhaps of several myriads of centuries. Such is the first and richest source of these master faculties from which historical events take their rise, and one sees that if it be powerful, it is because this is no simple spring, but a kind of lake, a deep reservoir, wherein other springs have for a multitude of centuries discharged their several streams. In other words, the capacity of the Egyptian, Aryan, Chaldean, Chinese, Saxon, and Celt to maintain civilization is simply the result of civilized training during myriads of centuries in some original home of the race. I cannot believe that the great inventions were duplicated spontaneously, as some would have us believe, in different countries. There is no truth in the theory that men pressed by necessity will always hit upon the same invention to relieve their wants. If this were so, all savages would have invented the boomerang; all savages would possess pottery, bows and arrows, slings, tents, and canoes; in short, all races would have risen to civilization, for certainly the comforts of life are as agreeable to one people as another. Civilization is not communicable to all. Many savage tribes are incapable of it. There are two great divisions of mankind, the civilized and the savage; and, as we shall show, every civilized race in the world has had something of civilization from the earliest ages. And as "all roads lead to Rome," so all the converging lines of civilization lead to Atlantis. The abyss between the civilized man and the savage is simply incalculable. It represents not alone a difference in arts and methods of life, but in the mental constitution, the instincts, and the predispositions of the soul. The child of the civilized races, in his sports and manufactures water wheels, wagons, houses of cobs. The savage boy amuses himself with bows and arrows. The one belongs to a building and creating race, the other to a wild hunting stock. This abyss between savagery and civilization has never been passed by any nation through its own original force, and without external influences during the historic period. Those who were savages at the dawn of history are savages still. Barbarian slaves may have been taught something of the arts of their masters, and conquered races have shared some of the advantages possessed by their conquerors, but we will seek in vain for any example of a savage people developing civilization of and among themselves. I may be reminded of the Gauls, Goths, and Britons, but these were not savages. They possessed written languages, poetry, oratory, and history. They were controlled by religious ideas. They believed in God and the immortality of the soul, and in a state of rewards and punishments after death. Wherever the Romans came in contact with Gauls, or Britons, or German tribes, they found them armed with weapons of iron. The Scots, according to Tacitus, used chariots and iron swords in the battle of the Grampians. Enormis gladii sine macroni. The Celts of Gaul are stated by Diodorus Siculus to have used iron-headed spears and coats of mail, and the Gauls who encountered the Roman arms in B.C. 222 were armed with soft iron swords, as well as at the time when Caesar conquered their country. Among the Gauls men would lend money to be repaid in the next world, and we need not add that no Christian people has yet reached that sublime height of faith. They cultivated the ground, built houses and walled towns, wove cloth, and employed wheeled vehicles. They possessed nearly all the cereals and domestic animals we have, and they wrought in iron, bronze, and steel. The Gauls had even invented a machine on wheels to cut their grain, thus anticipating our reapers and mowers by 2,000 years. The difference between the civilization of the Romans under Julius Caesar and the Gauls under Vercingetorix was a difference in degree and not in kind. The Roman civilization was simply a development and perfection of the civilization possessed by all the European populations. It was drawn from the common fountain of Atlantis. If we find on both sides of the Atlantic precisely the same arts, sciences, religious beliefs, habits, customs, and traditions, it is absurd to say that the peoples of the two continents arrived separately, by precisely the same steps, at precisely the same ends. When we consider the resemblance of the civilizations of the Mediterranean nations to one another, no man is silly enough to pretend that Rome, Greece, Egypt, Assyria, Phoenicia, each spontaneously and separately invented the arts, sciences, habits, and opinions in which they agreed. But we proceed to trace out the thread of descent or connection from one to another. Why should a rule of interpretation prevail as between the two sides of the Atlantic, different from that which holds good as to the two sides of the Mediterranean Sea, if in the one case similarity of origin has unquestionably produced similarity of arts, customs, and condition? Why, in the other, should not similarity of arts, customs, and condition prove similarity of origin? Is there any instance in the world of two peoples, without knowledge of or intercourse with each other, happening upon the same invention, whether that invention be an arrowhead or a steam engine? If it required of mankind a lapse of at least 6,000 years before it began anew the work of invention, and took up the thread of original thought where Atlantis dropped it, what probability is there of 3 or 4 separate nations all advancing at the same speed to precisely the same arts and opinions? The proposition is untenable. If, then, we prove that on both sides of the Atlantic civilizations were found substantially identical, we have demonstrated that they must have descended one from the other, or have radiated from some common source. End of chapter 1. Recording by Mike Harris. Section 16, Part 3, Chapter 2 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly, Part 3, The Civilization of the Old World and New Compared, Chapter 2, The Identity of the Civilizations of the Old World and the New. Mosaics at Mitla, Mexico. Architecture. Plato tells us that the Atlanteans possessed architecture, that they built walls, temples, and palaces. We need not add that this art was found in Egypt and all the civilized countries of Europe, as well as in Peru, Mexico, and Central America. Among both the Peruvians and Egyptians the walls recede inward, and the doors were narrow at the top than at the threshold. The obelisks of Egypt, covered with hieroglyphics, are paralleled by the round columns of Central America, and both are supposed to have originated in phallus worship. The usual symbol of the phallus was an erect stone, often in its rough state, sometimes sculptured, that from Squire, serpent symbol, page 49, Bancroft's Native Races, volume 3, page 504. The worship of Priapus was found in Asia, Egypt, along the European shore of the Mediterranean, and in the forests of Central America. The mounds of Europe and Asia were made in the same way and for the same purposes as those of America. Herodotus describes the burial of a Scythian king. He says, "After this they set to work to raise a vast mound above the grave, all of them vying with each other and seeking to make it as tall as possible." It must be confessed, says Foster, Prehistoric Races, page 193, that these Scythic burial rites have a strong resemblance to those of the mound builders. Homer describes the erection of a great symmetrical mound over Achilles; also one over Hector, Alexander the Great raised a great mound over his friend Hephaestion at a cost of more than $1,000,000, and Semiramis raised a similar mound over her husband. The pyramids of Egypt, Assyria, and Phoenicia had their duplicates in Mexico and Central America. Carving on the Buddhist tower, Sarnath, India. The grave cists made of stone of the American mounds are exactly like the stone chests, or Christfane for the dead, found in the British mounds. Foster's Prehistoric Races, p. 109. Tumuli have been found in Yorkshire enclosing wooden coffins, precisely as in the mounds of the Mississippi Valley. Ibid, p. 185. The articles associated with the dead are the same in both continents: arms, trinkets, food, clothes, and funeral urns. In both the Mississippi Valley and among the Chaldeans, vases were constructed around the bones, the neck of the vase being too small to permit the extraction of the skull. Foster's Prehistoric Races, p. 200. The use of cement was known alike to the European and American nations. The use of the arch was known on both sides of the Atlantic. The manufacture of bricks was known in both the Old and the New Worlds. The style of ornamentation in architecture was much the same on both hemispheres, as shown in the preceding designs, p. 137, p. 139. Metallurgy. The Atlanteans mined ores and worked in metals. They used copper, tin, bronze, gold, and silver, and probably iron. The American nations possessed all these metals. The age of bronze, or of copper combined with tin, was preceded in America and nowhere else by a simpler age of copper, and therefore the working of metals probably originated in America, or in some region to which it was tributary. The Mexicans manufactured bronze, and the Incas mined iron near Lake Titicaca, and the civilization of this latter region, as we will show, probably dated back to Atlantean times. The Peruvians called gold the tears of the sun. It was sacred to the sun, as silver was sacred to the moon. Sculpture. The Atlanteans possessed this art; so did the American and Mediterranean nations. Dr. Arthur Schott (Smith, Rep. 1869, p. 391), in describing the cara gigantesca, or gigantic face, a monument to Yzmal in Yucatan, says, "Behind and on both sides, from under the mitre, a short veil falls upon the shoulders, so as to protect the back of the head and the neck. This particular appendage vividly calls to mind the same feature in the symbolic adornments of Egyptian and Hindu priests, and even those of the Hebrew hierarchy." Dr. Schott sees in the orbicular wheel-like plates of this statue the wheel symbol of Kronos and Saturn, and in turn it may be supposed that the wheel of Kronos was simply the cross of Atlantis, surrounded by its encircling ring. Painting. This art was known on both sides of the Atlantic. The paintings upon the walls of some of the temples of Central America reveal a state of the art as high as that of Egypt. Engraving. Plato tells us that the Atlanteans engraved upon pillars. The American nations also had this art in common with Egypt, Phoenicia, and Assyria. Agriculture. The people of Atlantis were preeminently an agricultural people; so were the civilized nations of America and the Egyptians. In Egypt the king put his hand to the plough at an annual festival, thus dignifying and consecrating the occupation of husbandry. In Peru precisely the same custom prevailed. In both the plough was known. In Egypt it was drawn by oxen, and in Peru by men. It was drawn by men in the north of Europe down to a comparatively recent period. Public works. The American nations built public works as great as, or greater than, any known in Europe. The Peruvians had public roads, 1,500 to 2,000 miles long, made so thoroughly as to elicit the astonishment of the Spaniards. At every few miles taverns or hotels were established for the accommodation of travelers. Humboldt pronounced these Peruvian roads "among the most useful and stupendous works ever executed by man." They built aqueducts for purposes of irrigation, some of which were 500 miles long. They constructed magnificent bridges of stone, and had even invented suspension bridges thousands of years before they were introduced into Europe. They had, both in Peru and Mexico, a system of posts, by means of which news was transmitted hundreds of miles in a day, precisely like those known among the Persians in the time of Herodotus, and subsequently among the Romans. Stones similar to milestones were placed along the roads in Peru. See Prescott's Peru. Navigation. Sailing vessels were known to the Peruvians and the Central Americans. Columbus met, in 1502, at an island near Honduras, a party of the Mayas in a large vessel equipped with sails and loaded with a variety of textile fabrics of diverse colors. Ancient Irish vase of the Bronze Age. Manufactures. The American nations manufactured woolen and cotton goods. They made pottery as beautiful as the wares of Egypt. They manufactured glass. They engraved gems and precious stones. The Peruvians had such immense numbers of vessels and ornaments of gold that the Inca paid with them a ransom for himself to Pizarro of the value of $15,000,000. Music. It has been pointed out that there is a great resemblance between the five-toned music of the Highland Scotch and that of the Chinese and other Eastern nations. Anthropology, p. 292. Weapons. The weapons of the New World were identically the same as those of the Old World. They consisted of bows and arrows, spears, darts, short swords, battle axes, and slings, and both peoples used shields or bucklers, and casques of wood or hide covered with metal. If these weapons had been derived from separate sources of invention, one country or the other would have possessed implements not known to the other, like the blowpipe, the boomerang, etc. Absolute identity in so many weapons strongly argues identity of origin. Religion. The religion of the Atlanteans, as Plato tells us, was pure and simple. They made no regular sacrifices, but fruits and flowers. They worshipped the sun. In Peru a single deity was worshipped, and the sun, his most glorious work, was honored as his representative. Quetzalcoatl, the founder of the Aztecs, condemned all sacrifice but that of fruits and flowers. The first religion of Egypt was pure and simple. Its sacrifices were fruits and flowers. Temples were erected to the sun, Ra, throughout Egypt. In Peru the great festival of the sun was called Ra Mi. The Phoenicians worshipped Baal and Moloch. The one represented the beneficent and the other the injurious powers of the sun. Religious beliefs. The Guanches of the Canary Islands, who were probably a fragment of the old Atlantean population, believed in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, and preserved their dead as mummies. The Egyptians believed in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, and preserved the bodies of the dead by embalming them. The Peruvians believed in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, and they too preserved the bodies of their dead by embalming them. A few mummies in remarkable preservation have been found among the Chinooks and Flatheads. That from Schoolcraft, Volume 5, page 693. The embalmment of the body was also practiced in Central America and among the Aztecs. The Aztecs, like the Egyptians, mummified their dead by taking out the bowels and replacing them with aromatic substances. Dorman, Origin Prim Superstition, page 173. The bodies of the kings of the Virginia Indians were preserved by embalming. Beverly, page 47. Here are different races, separated by immense distances of land and ocean, uniting in the same beliefs and in the same practical and logical application of those beliefs. The use of confession and penance was known in the religious ceremonies of some of the American nations. Baptism was a religious ceremony with them, and the bodies of the dead were sprinkled with water. Vestal virgins were found in organized communities on both sides of the Atlantic. They were in each case pledged to celibacy, and devoted to death if they violated their vows. In both hemispheres the recreant were destroyed by being buried alive. The Peruvians, Mexicans, Central Americans, Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Hebrews each had a powerful hereditary priesthood. The Phoenicians believed in an evil spirit called Zebub. The Peruvians had a devil called Cupay. The Peruvians burnt incense in their temples. The Peruvians, when they sacrificed animals, examined their entrails, and from those prognosticated the future. I need not add that all these nations preserved traditions of the deluge, and all of them possessed systems of writing. The Egyptian priest of Sais told Solon that the myth of Phaeton, the son of Helios, having attempted to drive the chariot of the sun, and thereby burning up the earth, referred to a declination of the bodies moving round the earth and in the heavens (comets), which caused a great conflagration upon the earth, from which those only escaped who lived near rivers and seas. The Codex Chimalpopoca, a Nahua Central American record, tells us that the third era of the world, or third sun, is called Quiatonatia, or sun of rain, because in this age there fell a rain of fire, all which existed burned, and there fell a rain of gravel. The rocks boiled with tumult, and there also arose the rocks of vermilion color. In other words, the traditions of these people go back to a great cataclysm of fire, when the earth possibly encountered, as in the Egyptian story, one of the bodies moving round the earth and in the heavens. They had also memories of the drift period and of the outburst of plutonic rocks. If man has existed on the earth as long as science asserts, he must have passed through many of the great catastrophes that are written upon the face of the planet, and it is very natural that in myths and legends he should preserve some recollection of events so appalling and destructive. Among the early Greeks, Pan was the ancient god, his wife was Maia. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg calls attention to the fact that Pan was adored in all parts of Mexico and Central America, and at Panuco, or Panca, literally Panopolis, the Spaniards found, upon their entrance into Mexico, superb temples and images of Pan. Brasseur's introduction in Landa's Relation. The names of both Pan and Maya enter extensively into the Maya vocabulary, Maya being the same as Maya, the principal name of the peninsula, and Pan, added to Maya, makes the name of the ancient capital Mayapan. In the Nahua language, Pan, or Pani, signifies equality to that which is above, and Pentecatl was the progenitor of all beings. North Americans of Antiquity, page 467. The ancient Mexicans believed that the sun god would destroy the world in the last night of the 52nd year, and that he would never come back. They offered sacrifices to him at that time to propitiate him. They extinguished all the fires in the kingdom. They broke all their household furniture. They hung black masks before their faces. They prayed and fasted, and on the evening of the last night they formed a great procession to a neighboring mountain. A human being was sacrificed exactly at midnight. A block of wood was laid at once on the body, and fire was then produced by rapidly revolving another piece of wood upon it. A spark was carried to a funeral pile, whose rising flame proclaimed to the anxious people the promise of the god not to destroy the world for another 52 years. Precisely the same custom obtained among the nations of Asia Minor and other parts of the continent of Asia, wherever sun worship prevailed, at the periodical reproduction of the sacred fire, but not with the same bloody rites as in Mexico. Valentini, Maya Archaeology, page 21. To this day the Brahman of India churns his sacred fire out of a board by boring into it with a stick. The Romans renewed their sacred fire in the same way, and in Sweden, even now, a need fire is kindled in this manner when cholera or other pestilence is about. Tyler's Anthropology, page 262. A belief in ghosts is found on both continents. The American Indians think that the spirits of the dead retain the form and features which they wore while living, that there is a hell and a heaven, that hell is below the earth and heaven above the clouds, that the souls of the wicked sometimes wander the face of the earth, appearing occasionally to mortals. The story of Tantalus is found among the Chippewayans, who believe that bad souls stand up to their chins in water in sight of the spirit land, which they can never enter. The dead passed to heaven across a stream of water by means of a narrow and slippery bridge, from which many were lost. The Zunis set apart a day each year which they spent among the graves of their dead, communing with their spirits, and bringing them presents, a kind of All Souls' Day. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, page 35. The Stygian flood and Scylla and Charybdis are found among the legends of the Caribs. Ibid., p. 37. Even the boat of Charon reappears in the traditions of the Chippewayans. The Oriental belief in the transmigration of souls is found in every American tribe. The souls of men passed into animals or other men. Schoolcraft, vol. 1, p. 33. The souls of the wicked passed into toads and wild beasts. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 50. Among both the Germans and the American Indians, lycanthropy, or the metamorphosis of men into wolves, was believed in. In British Columbia the men wolves have often been seen seated around a fire with their wolf hides hung upon sticks to dry. The Irish legend of hunters pursuing an animal which suddenly disappears, whereupon a human being appears in its place, is found among all the American tribes. That timid and harmless animal, the hare, was, singularly enough, an object of superstitious reverence and fear in Europe, Asia, and America. The ancient Irish killed all the hares they found on May Day among their cattle, believing them to be witches. Caesar gives an account of the horror in which these animals were held by the Britons. The Calmucks regarded the rabbit with fear and reverence. Divine honors were paid to the hare in Mexico. Wabasso was changed into a white rabbit and canonized in that form. The white bull, Apis, of the Egyptians, reappears in the sacred white buffalo of the Dakotas, which was supposed to possess supernatural power, and after death became a god. The white doe of European legend had its representative in the white deer of the Housatonic Valley, whose death brought misery to the tribe. The transmission of spirits by the laying on of hands and the exorcism of demons were part of the religion of the American tribes. The witches of Scandinavia, who produced tempests by their incantations, are duplicated in America. A Cree sorcerer sold 3 days of fair weather for 1 pound of tobacco. The Indian sorcerers around Freshwater Bay kept the winds in leather bags, and disposed of them as they pleased. Among the American Indians it is believed that those who are insane or epileptic are possessed of devils. Tyler, Primitive Cultures, Volume 2, pages 123 to 126. Sickness is caused by evil spirits entering into the sick person. Eastman's Sioux. The spirits of animals are much feared, and their departure out of the body of the invalid is a cause of thanksgiving. Thus an Omaha, after an eructation, says, "Thank you, animal." Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 55. In both continents burnt offerings were sacrificed to the gods. In both continents the priests divined the future from the condition of the internal organs of the man or animal sacrificed. Ibid., pages 214 226. In both continents the future was revealed by the flight of birds and by dreams. In Peru and Mexico there were colleges of augurs, as in Rome, who practiced divination by watching the movements and songs of birds. Ibid., page 261. Animals were worshipped in Central America and on the banks of the Nile. The Ojibways believed that the barking of a fox was ominous of ill. Ibid., page 225. The peasantry of Western Europe have the same belief as to the howling of a dog. The belief in satyrs and other creatures, half man and half animal, survived in America. The Kickapoos are Darwinians. They think their ancestors had tails, and when they lost them, the impudent fox sent every morning to ask how their tails were, and the bear shook his fat sides at the joke. Ibid., page 232. Among the natives of Brazil, the father cut a stick at the wedding of his daughter. This was done to cut off the tails of any future grandchildren. That from Tyler, Volume 1, page 384. Jove, with the thunderbolts in his hand, is duplicated in the Mexican god of thunder, Mixcoatl, who is represented holding a bundle of arrows. He rode upon a tornado and scattered the lightnings. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, page 98. The confession of their sins was with a view to satisfy the evil spirit and induce him to leave them. Ibid., page 57. Dionysus, or Bacchus, is represented by the Mexican god Texcatzoncatl, the god of wine. Bancroft, Vol. 3, p. 418. Atlas reappears in Chibchacum, the deity of the Chibchas. He bears the world on his shoulders, and when he shifts the burden from one shoulder to another, severe earthquakes are produced. Bollert, pp. 12 and 13. Deucalion repeopling the world is repeated in Xololt, who, after the destruction of the world, descended to Mictlan, the realm of the dead, and brought thence a bone of the perished race. This, sprinkled with blood, grew into a youth, the father of the present race. The Kishihiro gods, Hanapu and Xiblank, died. Their bodies were burnt, their bones ground to powder, and thrown into the waters, whereupon they changed into handsome youths with the same features as before. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 193. Witches and warlocks, mermaids and mermen are part of the mythology of the American tribes, as they were of the European races. Ibid, p. 79. The mermaid of the Ottawas was "woman to the waist and fair," thence fish-like. Ibid, p. 278. The snake locks of Medusa are represented in the snake locks of Atotarho, an ancient culture hero of the Iroquois. A belief in the incarnation of gods in men and the physical translation of heroes to heaven is part of the mythology of the Hindoos and the American races. Hiawatha, we are told, rose to heaven in the presence of the multitude, and vanished from sight in the midst of sweet music. The vocal statues and oracles of Egypt and Greece were duplicated in America. In Peru, in the valley of Rimac, there was an idol which answered questions and became famous as an oracle. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, page 124. The Peruvians believed that men were sometimes metamorphosed into stones. The Oneidas claimed descent from a stone, as the Greeks from the stones of Deucalion. Ibid, page 132. Witchcraft is an article of faith among all the American races. Among the Illinois Indians, they made small images to represent those whose days they have a mind to shorten, and which they stab to the heart, whereupon the person represented is expected to die. Charlevoix, Vol. 2, page 166. The witches of Europe made figures of wax of their enemies, and gradually melted them at the fire, and as they diminished the victim was supposed to sicken and die. A writer in the Popular Science Monthly, April, 1881, page 828, points out the fact that there is an absolute identity between the folklore of the negroes on the plantations of the South and the myths and stories of certain tribes of Indians in South America, as revealed by Mr. Herbert Smith's "Brazil, the Amazons, and the Coast," New York, Scribner, 1879. Mr. Harris, the author of a work on the folklore of the negroes, asks this question: when did the Negro, or the North American Indian, come in contact with the tribes of South America? End of section 16, part 3, chapter 2, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Recording by Mike Harris. Section 17, part 3, chapter 2, of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Section 17, part 3, chapter 2. Customs. Both peoples manufactured a fermented, intoxicating drink, the one deriving it from barley, the other from maize. Both drank toasts. Both had the institution of marriage, an important part of the ceremony consisting in the joining of hands. Both recognized divorce, and the Peruvians and Mexicans established special courts to decide cases of this kind. Both the Americans and the Europeans erected arches and had triumphal processions for their victorious kings, and both strewed the ground before them with leaves and flowers. Both celebrated important events with bonfires and illuminations. Both used banners. Both invoked blessings. The Phoenicians, Hebrews, and Egyptians practiced circumcision. Palacio relates that at Azori, in Honduras, the natives circumcised boys before an idol called Iselca. Carta, p. 84. Lord Kingsborough tells us the Central Americans used the same rite, and Mackenzie, quoted by Retzius, says he saw the ceremony performed by the Chippewas. Both had bards and minstrels, who on great festivals sung the deeds of kings and heroes. Both the Egyptians and Peruvians had agricultural fairs. Both took a census of the people. Among both, the land was divided per capita among the people. In Judea a new division was made every 50 years. The Peruvians renewed every year all the fires of the kingdom from the temple of the sun, the new fire being kindled from concave mirrors by the sun's rays. The Romans under Numa had precisely the same custom. The Peruvians had theatrical plays. They chewed the leaves of the coca mixed with lime, as the Hindoo today chews the leaves of the betel mixed with lime. Both the American and European nations were divided into castes. Both practiced planet worship. Both used scales and weights and mirrors. The Peruvians, Egyptians, and Chaldeans divided the year into 12 months, and the months into lesser divisions of weeks. Both inserted additional days, so as to give the year 365 days. The Mexicans added 5 intercalary days, and the Egyptians, in the time of Amnoth I, had already the same practice. Humboldt, whose high authority cannot be questioned, by an elaborate discussion (Views de Cordilleras, p. 148 et seq., ed. 1870), has shown the relative likeness of the Nahua calendar to that of Asia. He cites the fact that the Chinese, Japanese, Kalmucks, Mongols, Manchu, and other hordes of Tartars have cycles of 60 years' duration, divided into 5 brief periods of 12 years each. The method of citing a date by means of signs and numbers is quite similar with Asiatics and Mexicans. He further shows satisfactorily that the majority of the names of the 20 days employed by the Aztecs are those of a zodiac used since the most remote antiquity among the peoples of Eastern Asia. Cabrera thinks he finds analogies between the Mexican and Egyptian calendars. Adopting the view of several writers that the Mexican year began on the 26th of February, he finds the date to correspond with the beginning of the Egyptian year. The American nations believed in 4 great primeval ages, as the Hindoo does to this day. "In the Greeks of Homer," says Volney, "I find the customs, discourse, and manners of the Iroquois, Delaware, and Miamis. The tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides paint to me almost literally the sentiments of the red men respecting necessity, fatality, the miseries of human life, and the rigor of blind destiny." Volney's view of the United States. The Mexicans represent an eclipse of the moon as the moon being devoured by a dragon, and the Hindoos have precisely the same figure; and both nations continued to use this expression long after they had discovered the real meaning of an eclipse. The Tartars believe that if they cut with an axe near a fire, or stick a knife into a burning stick, or touch the fire with a knife, they will cut the top off the fire. The Sioux Indians will not stick an awl or a needle into a stick of wood on the fire, or chop on it with an axe or a knife. Cremation was extensively practiced in the New World. The dead were burnt, and their ashes collected and placed in vases and urns, as in Europe. Wooden statues of the dead were made. There is a very curious and apparently inexplicable custom, called the couvade, which extends from China to the Mississippi Valley. It demands that when a child is born, the father must take to his bed, while the mother attends to all the duties of the household. Marco Polo found the custom among the Chinese in the 13th century. The widow tells Hudibras, Chineses thus are said to lie in their lady's stead. The practice remarked by Marco Polo continues to this day among the hill tribes of China. The father of a newborn child, as soon as the mother has become strong enough to leave her couch, gets into bed himself, and there receives the congratulations of his acquaintances. Max Muller's Chips from a German Workshop, Volume 2, page 272. Strabo, Volume 3, page 4 and 17, mentions that among the Iberians of the north of Spain, the women after the birth of a child tend their husbands, putting them to bed instead of going themselves. The same custom existed among the Basques only a few years ago. In Biscay, says M. F. Michel, the women rise immediately after childbirth and attend to the duties of the household, while the husband goes to bed, taking the baby with him, and thus receives the neighbors' compliments. The same custom was found in France, and is said to exist to this day in some cantons of Béarn. Diodorus Siculus tells us that among the Corsicans the wife was neglected, and the husband put to bed and treated as the patient. Apollonius Rhodius says that among the Tibereni, at the south of the Black Sea, when a child was born, the father lay groaning with his head tied up, while the mother tended him with food and prepared his baths. The same absurd custom extends throughout the tribes of North and South America. Among the Caribs in the West Indies, and the Caribs, Brasseur de Bourbourg says, were the same as the ancient Carians of the Mediterranean Sea, the man takes to his bed as soon as a child is born, and kills no animals. And herein we find an explanation of a custom otherwise inexplicable. Among the American Indians, it is believed that if the father kills an animal during the infancy of the child, the spirit of the animal will revenge itself by inflicting some disease upon the helpless little one. For 6 months after, the Carib father must not eat birds or fish, for whatever animals he eats will impress their likeness on the child, or produce disease by entering its body. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, page 58. Among the Abipones, the husband goes to bed, fasts a number of days, and you would think, says Dobritzboffer, that it was he that had had the child. The Brazilian father takes to his hammock during and after the birth of the child, and for 15 days eats no meat and hunts no game. Among the Eskimos, the husbands forbear hunting during the lying in of their wives, and for some time thereafter. Here, then, we have a very extraordinary and unnatural custom, existing to this day on both sides of the Atlantic, reaching back to a vast antiquity, and finding its explanation only in the superstition of the American races. A practice so absurd would scarcely have originated separately in the two continents. Its existence is a very strong proof of unity of origin of the races on the opposite sides of the Atlantic. And the fact that the custom and the reason for it are both found in America, while the custom remains in Europe without the reason, would imply that the American population was the older of the two. The Indian practice of depositing weapons and food with the dead was universal in ancient Europe, and in German villages nowadays a needle and thread is placed in the coffin for the dead to mend their torn clothes with, while all over Europe the dead man has a piece of money put in his hand to pay his way with. Anthropology, page 347. The American Indian leaves food with the dead. The Russian peasant puts crumbs of bread behind the saints' pictures on the little iron shelf, and believes that the souls of his forefathers creep in and out and eat them. At the cemetery of Père Lachaise in Paris, on All Souls' Day, they still put cakes and sweetmeats on the graves, and in Brittany the peasants that night do not forget to make up the fire, and leave the fragments of the supper on the table for the souls of the dead. Ibid, page 351. The Indian prays to the spirits of his forefathers. The Chinese religion is largely ancestor worship, and the rites paid to the dead ancestors, or lares, held the Roman family together. Anthropology, page 351. We find the Indian practice of burying the dead in a sitting posture in use among the Nasamonians, tribe of Libyans. Herodotus, speaking of the wandering tribes of northern Africa, says, "They bury their dead according to the fashion of the Greeks; they bury them sitting, and are right careful, when the sick man is at the point of giving up the ghost, to make him sit and not let him die lying down." The dead bodies of the caciques of Bogota were protected from desecration by diverting the course of a river, and making the grave in its bed, and then letting the stream return to its natural course. Alaric, the leader of the Goths, was secretly buried in the same way. Dorman, Primitive Superstition, p. 195. Among the American tribes no man is permitted to marry a wife of the same clan name or totem as himself. In India a Brahmin is not allowed to marry a wife whose clan name, her cow stall, as they say, is the same as his own, nor may a Chinaman take a wife of his own surname. Anthropology, p. 403. Throughout India the hill tribes are divided into septs or clans, and a man may not marry a woman belonging to his own clan. The Kalmucks of Tartary are divided into hordes, and a man may not marry a girl of his own horde. The same custom prevails among the Circassians and the Samoyeds of Siberia, and Ostyaks and Yakuts regard it as a crime to marry a woman of the same family, or even of the same name. Sir John Lubbock Smith, Rep., p. 347, 1869. Sutteeism, the burning of the widow upon the funeral pile of the husband, was extensively practised in America. West's Journal, p. 141, as was also the practice of sacrificing warriors, servants, and animals at the funeral of a great chief. Dorman, pages 210 to 11. Beautiful girls were sacrificed to appease the anger of the gods, as among the Mediterranean races. Bancroft, Vol. 3, p. 471. Fathers offered up their children for a like purpose, as among the Carthaginians. The poisoned arrows of America had their representatives in Europe. Odysseus went to Ephyra for the man-slaying drug with which to smear his bronze-tipped arrows. Tyler's Anthropology, p. 237. The bark canoe of America was not unknown in Asia and Africa. Ibid, p. 254, while the skin canoes of our Indians and the Eskimos were found on the shores of the Thames and the Euphrates. In Peru and on the Euphrates, commerce was carried on upon rafts supported by inflated skins. They are still used on the Tigris. The Indian boils his meat by dropping red-hot stones into a water vessel made of hide, and Linnaeus found the Bothland people brewing beer in this way, and to this day the rude Corinthian boor drinks such stone beer, as it is called. Ibid, p. 266. In the buffalo dance of the Mandan Indians, the dancers covered their heads with a mask made of the head and horns of the buffalo. Today, in the temples of India, or among the lamas of Tibet, the priests dance the demons out, or the New Year in, arrayed in animal masks. Ibid, p. 297. And the mummers at Yuletide in England are a survival of the same custom. Ibid, p. 298. The North American dog and bear dances, wherein the dancers acted the parts of those animals, had their prototype in the Greek dances at the festivals of Dionysia. Ibid, p. 298. Tattooing was practiced in both continents. Among the Indians it was fetishistic in its origin. Every Indian had the image of an animal tattooed on his breast or arm to charm away evil spirits. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 156. The sailors of Europe and America preserve to this day a custom which was once universal among the ancient races. Banners, flags, and armorial bearings are supposed to be survivals of the old totemic tattooing. The Arab woman still tattoos her face, arms, and ankles. The war paint of the American savage reappeared in the woad with which the ancient Briton stained his body, and Tyler suggests that the painted stripes on the circus clown are a survival of a custom once universal. Tyler's Anthropology, p. 327. In America, as in the Old World, the temples of worship were built over the dead. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 178. Says Prudentius, the Roman bard, "They were as many temples as gods as sepulchres." The Etruscan belief that evil spirits strove for the possession of the dead was found among the Mosquito Indians. Bancroft, Native Races, Vol. 1, p. 744. The belief in fairies, which forms so large a part of the folklore of Western Europe, is found among the American races. The Ojibways see thousands of fairies dancing in a sunbeam. During a rain, myriads of them bide in the flowers. When disturbed, they disappear underground. They have their dances like the Irish fairies, and, like them, they kill the domestic animals of those who offend them. The Dakotas also believe in fairies. The Otos located the little people in a mound at the mouth of Whitestone River. They were 18 inches high, with very large heads. They were armed with bows and arrows, and killed those who approached their residence. See Dorman's "Origin of Primitive Superstitions," p. 23. The Shoshone legends people the mountains of Montana with little imps, called Nirumbes, 2 feet long, naked, and with a tail. They stole the children of the Indians, and left in their stead the young of their own baneful race, who resembled the stolen children so much that the mothers were deceived and suckled them, whereupon they died. This greatly resembles the European belief in changelings. Ibid., p. 24. In both continents we find tree worship. In Mexico and Central America, cypresses and palms were planted near the temples, generally in groups of threes. They were tended with great care, and received offerings of incense and gifts. The same custom prevailed among the Romans. The cypress was dedicated to Pluto, and the palm to Victory. Not only infant baptism by water was found both in the old Babylonian religion and among the Mexicans, but an offering of cakes, which is recorded by the prophet Jeremiah as part of the worship of the Babylonian goddess mother, the Queen of Heaven, was also found in the ritual of the Aztecs. Builders of Babel, p. 78. In Babylonia, China, and Mexico, the caste at the bottom of the social scale lived upon floating islands of reeds or rafts, covered with earth, on the lakes and rivers. In Peru and Babylonia, marriages were made but once a year at a public festival. Among the Romans, the Chinese, the Abyssinians, and the Indians of Canada, the singular custom prevails of lifting the bride over the doorstep of her husband's home. Sir John Lubbock, Smith, Rep. 1869, p. 352. The bride cake, which so invariably accompanies a wedding among ourselves, and which must always be cut by the bride, may be traced back to the old Roman form of marriage by conferreatio, or eating together. So also among the Iroquois, the bride and bridegroom used to partake together of a cake of sagamite, which the bride always offered to her husband. Ibid. Among many American tribes, notably in Brazil, the husband captured the wife by main force, as the men of Benjamin carried off the daughters of Shiloh at the feast, and as the Romans captured the Sabine women. Within a few generations the same old habit was kept up in Wales, where the bridegroom and his friends, mounted and armed as for war, carried off the bride; and in Ireland they used even to hurl spears at the bride's people, though at such a distance that no one was hurt, except now and then by accident, as happened when one Lord Hoath lost an eye, which mischance put an end to this curious relic of antiquity. That from Taylor's Anthropology, p. 409. Marriage in Mexico was performed by the priest. He exhorted them to maintain peace and harmony, and tied the end of the man's mantle to the dress of the woman. He perfumed them, and placed on each a shawl on which was painted a skeleton, as a symbol that only death could now separate them from one another. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 379. The priesthood was thoroughly organized in Mexico and Peru. They were prophets as well as priests. They brought the newly born infant into the religious society. They directed their training and education. They determined the entrance of the young men into the service of the state. They consecrated marriage by their blessing. They comforted the sick and assisted the dying. Ibid., p. 374. There were 5,000 priests in the temples of Mexico. They confessed and absolved the sinners, arranged the festivals, and managed the choirs in the churches. They lived in conventual discipline, but were allowed to marry. They practiced flagellation and fasting, and prayed at regular hours. There were great preachers and exhorters among them. There were also convents into which females were admitted. The novice had her hair cut off, and took vows of celibacy. They lived holy and pious lives. Ibid., pages 375, 376. The king was the high priest of the religious orders. A new king ascended the temple naked except his girdle. He was sprinkled 4 times with water which had been blessed. He was then clothed in a mantle, and on his knees took an oath to maintain the ancient religion. The priests then instructed him in his royal duties. Ibid., page 378. Besides the regular priesthood, there were monks who were confined in cloisters. Ibid., p. 390. Cortez says the Mexican priests were very strict in the practice of honesty and chastity, and any deviation was punished with death. They wore long white robes and burned incense. Dorman, Primitive Superstitions, p. 379. The first fruits of the earth were devoted to the support of the priesthood. Ibid., p. 383. The priests of the Isthmus were sworn to perpetual chastity. The American doctors practiced phlebotomy. They bled the sick because they believed the evil spirit which afflicted him would come away with the blood. In Europe, phlebotomy only continued to a late period, but the original superstition out of which it arose, in this case as in many others, was forgotten. There is opportunity here for the philosopher to meditate upon the perversity of human nature and the persistence of hereditary error. The superstition of one age becomes the science of another. Men were first bled to withdraw the evil spirit, then to cure the disease, and a practice whose origin is lost in the night of ages is continued into the midst of civilization, and only overthrown after it has sent millions of human beings to untimely graves. Dr. Sangrado could have found the explanation of his profession only among the red men of America. Folklore. Says Max Müller, not only do we find the same words and the same terminations in Sanskrit and Gothic, not only do we find the same name for Zeus in Sanskrit, Latin, and German, not only is the abstract name for God the same in India, Greece, and Italy, but these very stories, these Märchen, which nurses still tell with almost the same words in the Thuringian forest and in the Norwegian villages, and to which crowds of children listen under the pipal trees of India, these stories too belong to the common heirloom of the Indo-European race, and their origin carries us back to the same distant past, when no Greek has set foot in Europe, no Hindoo had bathed in the sacred waters of the Ganges. And we find that an identity of origin can be established between the folklore or fairy tales of America and those of the Old World, precisely such as exists between the legends of Norway and India. Mr. Taylor tells us the story of the two brothers in Central America, who, starting on their dangerous journey to the land of Xibalba, where their father had perished, plant each a cane in the middle of their grandmother's house, that she may know by its flourishing or withering whether they are alive or dead. Exactly the same conception occurs in Grimm's Märchen, when the two gold children wish to see the world and to leave their father, and when their father is sad and asks them how he shall bear news of them, they tell him, "We leave you the two golden lilies. From these you can see how we fare. If they are fresh, we are well. If they fade, we are ill. If they fall, we are dead." Grimm traces the same idea in Hindoo stories. Now this, says Max Müller, is strange enough, and its occurrence in India, Germany, and Central America is stranger still. Compare the following stories, which we print in parallel columns, one from the Ojibwe Indians and the other from Ireland. The Ojibwe story goes: the birds met together one day to try which could fly the highest. Some flew up very swift, but soon got tired, and were passed by others of stronger wing, but the eagle went up beyond them all, and was ready to claim the victory, when the gray linnet, a very small bird, flew from the eagle's back, where it had perched unperceived, and, being fresh and unexhausted, succeeded in going the highest. When the birds came down and met in council to award the prize, it was given to the eagle, because that bird had not only gone up nearer to the sun than any of the larger birds, but it had carried the linnet on its back. For this reason the eagle's feathers became the most honorable marks of distinction a warrior could bear. Now the Irish story goes: the birds all met together one day, and settled among themselves that whichever of them could fly highest was to be the king of all. Well, just as they were on the hinges of being off, what does the little rogue of a wren do but hop up and perch himself unbeknownst on the eagle's tail? So they flew and flew ever so high, till the eagle was miles above all the rest, and could not fly another stroke, he was so tired. Then says he, "I am the king of the birds." "You lie," says the wren, darting up a perch and a half above the big fellow. Well, the eagle was so mad to think how he was done, that when the wren was coming down he gave him a stroke of his wing, and from that day to this the wren was never able to fly farther than a hawthorn bush. And then compare these two stories. The Asiatic story. In Hindu mythology, Urvasi came down from heaven and became the wife of the son of Buddha, only on condition that two pet rams should never be taken from her bedside, and that she should never behold her lord undressed. The immortals, however, wishing Urvasi back in heaven, contrived to steal the rams, and, as the king pursued the robbers with his sword in the dark, the lightning revealed his person, the compact was broken, and Urvasi disappeared. This same story is found in different forms among many people of Aryan and Turanian descent, the central idea being that of a man marrying someone of an aerial or aquatic origin, and living happily with her till he breaks the condition on which her residence with him depends. Stories exactly parallel to that of Raymond of Toulouse, who chances in the hunt upon the beautiful Melusina at a fountain, and lives with her happily until he discovers her fish nature, and she vanishes. Now, the American story: Wampy, a great hunter, once came to a strange prairie, where he heard faint sounds of music, and, looking up, saw a speck in the sky, which proved itself to be a basket containing 12 most beautiful maidens, who, on reaching the earth, forthwith set themselves to dance. He tried to catch the youngest, but in vain. Ultimately he succeeded by assuming the disguise of a mouse. He was very attentive to his new wife, who was really a daughter of one of the stars, but she wished to return home, so she made a wicker basket secretly, and, by help of a charm she remembered, ascended to her father. If the legend of Cadmus recovering Europa, after she has been carried away by the white bull, the spotless cloud, means that the sun must journey westward until he sees again the beautiful tints which greeted his eyes in the morning, it is curious to find a story current in North America to the effect that a man once had a beautiful daughter, whom he forbade to leave the lodge lest she should be carried off by the king of the buffaloes, and that as she sat, notwithstanding, outside the house combing her hair, all of a sudden the king of the buffaloes came dashing on with his herd of followers, and, taking her between his horns, away he cantered over plains, plunged into a river which bounded his land, and carried her safely to his lodge on the other side, whence she was finally recovered by her father. Games. The same games and sports extended from India to the shores of Lake Superior. The game of the Hindoos, called Pachisi, is played upon a cross-shaped board or cloth. It is a combination of checkers and draughts, with the throwing of dice, the dice determining the number of moves. When the Spaniards entered Mexico, they found the Aztecs playing the game called Patoli, identical with the Hindoo Pachisi, on a similar cross-shaped board. The game of ball, which the Indians of America were in the habit of playing at the time of the discovery of the country from California to the Atlantic, was identical with the European chueca, cross, or hockey. One may well pause after reading this catalogue and ask himself, wherein do these people differ? It is absurd to pretend that all these similarities could have been the result of accidental coincidence. These two people, separated by the great ocean, were baptized alike in infancy with blessed water, they prayed alike to the gods, they worshipped together the sun, moon, and stars, they confessed their sins alike, they were instructed alike by an established priesthood, they were married in the same way and by the joining of hands, they armed themselves with the same weapons. When children came, the man on both continents went to bed and left his wife to do the honors of the household. They tattooed and painted themselves in the same fashion. They became intoxicated on kindred drinks. Their dresses were alike. They cooked in the same manner. They used the same metals. They employed the same exorcisms and bleedings for disease. They believed alike in ghosts, demons, and fairies. They listened to the same stories. They played the same games. They used the same musical instruments. They danced the same dances, and when they died they were embalmed in the same way and buried sitting, while over them were erected on both continents the same mounds, pyramids, obelisks, and temples. And yet we are asked to believe that there was no relationship between them, and that they had never had any ante-Columbian intercourse with each other. If our knowledge of Atlantis was more thorough, it would no doubt appear that in every instance wherein the people of Europe accord with the people of America, they were both in accord with the people of Atlantis, and that Atlantis was the common center from which both peoples derived their arts, sciences, customs, and opinions. It will be seen that in every case where Plato gives us any information in this respect as to Atlantis, we find this agreement to exist. It existed in architecture, sculpture, navigation, engraving, writing, an established priesthood, the mode of worship, agriculture, the construction of roads and canals, and it is reasonable to suppose that the same correspondence extended down to all the minor details treated of in this chapter. End of section 17, part 3, chapter 2, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Recording by Mike Harris.
Section 18, Part 3, Chapter 3 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Chapter 3. American Evidences of Intercourse with Europe or Atlantis. 1. On the monuments of Central America there are representations of bearded men. How could the beardless American Indians have imagined a bearded race? 2. All the traditions of the civilized races of Central America point to an Eastern origin. The leader and civilizer of the Nahua family was Quetzalcoatl. This is the legend respecting him. From the distant East, from the fabulous Hu-Hu-Tlapalan, this mysterious person came to Tula, and became the patron god and high priest of the ancestors of the Toltecs. He is described as having been a white man, with strong formation of body, broad forehead, large eyes, and flowing beard. He wore a mitre on his head, and was dressed in a long white robe reaching to his feet, and covered with red crosses. In his hand he held a sickle. His habits were ascetic, he never married, was most chaste and pure in life, and is said to have endured penance in a neighboring mountain, not for its effects upon himself, but as a warning to others. He condemned sacrifices, except of fruits and flowers, and was known as the god of peace. For, when addressed on the subject of war, he is reported to have stopped his ears with his fingers. The North Americans of antiquity, he was skilled in many arts. He invented, that is, imported, gem-cutting and metal casting. He originated letters and invented the Mexican calendar. He finally returned to the land in the East from which he came. Leaving the American coast at Vera Cruz, he embarked in a canoe made of serpent skins, and sailed away into the East. Ibid, page 271. Dr. Le Plongeon says of the columns at Chichen, "The base is formed by the head of Kukulkan, the shaft of the body of the serpent, with its feathers beautifully carved to the very chapiter. On the chapiters of the columns that support the portico, at the entrance of the castle in Chichen Itza, may be seen the carved figures of long-bearded men, with upraised hands, in the act of worshipping sacred trees. They forcibly recall to mind the same worship in Assyria." In the accompanying cut of an ancient vase from Tula, we see a bearded figure grasping a beardless man. In the cut given below we see a face that might be duplicated among the old men of any part of Europe. The Kakchiquel MS says, 4 persons came from Tulan. From the direction of the rising sun, that is one Tulan. There is another Tulan in Xibal Bay, and another where the sun sets, and it is there that we came. And in the direction of the setting sun there is another, where is the god. So that there are 4 Tulans. and it is where the sun sets that we came to Tulan from the other side of the sea, where this Tulan is, and it is there that we were conceived and begotten by our mothers and fathers. That is to say, the birthplace of the race was in the east, across the sea, at a place called Tulan, and when they emigrated they called their first stopping place on the American continent Tulan also, and besides this, there were 2 other Tulans. Of the Nahua predecessors of the Toltecs in Mexico, the Olmecs and Xicalaucans were the most important. They were the forerunners of the great races that followed. According to Ixtlilxochitl, these people, which are conceded to be one, occupied the world in the 3rd age. They came from the east in ships or barks to the land of Potonchan, which they commenced to populate. 3. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, in one of the notes of the introduction of the Popol Vuh, presents a very remarkable analogy between the kingdom of Xibalba, described in that work, and Atlantis. He says, "Both countries are magnificent, exceedingly fertile, and abound in the precious metals. The empire of Atlantis was divided into 10 kingdoms, governed by 5 couples of twin sons of Poseidon, the eldest being supreme over the others, and the 10 constituted a tribunal that managed the affairs of the empire. Their descendants governed after them. The 10 kings of Xibalba, who reigned, in couples, under Huncame and Vucubcame, and who together constituted a grand council of the kingdom, certainly furnish curious points of comparison. And there is wanting neither a catastrophe, for Xibalba had a terrific inundation, nor the name of Atlas, of which the etymology is found only in the Nahuatl tongue. It comes from Atl, water, and we know that a city of Atlan, near the water, still existed on the Atlantic side of the Isthmus of Panama at the time of the conquest. In Yucatan the traditions all point to an eastern and foreign origin for the race. The early writers report that the natives believe their ancestors to have crossed the sea by a passage which was open for them. Lendas Relación, page 28. It was also believed that part of the population came into the country from the west. Lizana says that the smaller portion, the little descent, came from the east, while the greater portion, the great descent, came from the west. Cogoluda considers the eastern colony to have been the larger. The culture hero Zamna, the author of all civilization in Yucatan, is described as the teacher of letters and the leader of the people from their ancient home. He was the leader of a colony from the east. The North Americans of Antiquity, page 229. The ancient Mexican legends say that, after the flood, Coxcox and his wife, after wandering 104 years, landed at Antlan, and passed thence to Capultepec, and thence to Culhuacan, and lastly to Mexico. Coming from Atlantis, they named their first landing place Antlan. All the races that settled Mexico, we are told, traced their origin back to an Aztlan, Atlantis. Duran describes Aztlan as a most attractive land. The North Americans of Antiquity, page 257. Same, the great name of Brazilian legend, came across the ocean from the rising sun. He had power over the elements and tempests. The trees of the forest would recede to make room for him, cutting down the trees. The animals used to crouch before him, domesticated animals. Lakes and rivers became solid for him, boats and bridges. And he taught the use of agriculture and magic. Like him, Bochica, the great lawgiver of the Muiscas, and son of the sun, he who invented for them the calendar and regulated their festivals, had a white beard, a detail in which all the American culture heroes agree. The Same of Brazil was probably the Samna of Yucatan. 4. We find in America numerous representations of the elephant. We are forced to one of 2 conclusions. Either the monuments date back to the time of the mammoth in North America, or these people held intercourse at some time in the past with the races who possessed the elephant, and from whom they obtained pictures of that singular animal. Plato tells us that the Atlanteans possessed great numbers of elephants. There are in Wisconsin a number of mounds of earth representing different animals, men, birds, and quadrupeds. Among the latter is a mound representing an elephant, so perfect in its proportions and complete in its representation of an elephant, that its builders must have been well acquainted with all the physical characteristics of the animal which they delineated. We copy the representation of this mound on page 168. On a farm in Louisa County, Iowa, a pipe was ploughed up which also represents an elephant. We are indebted to the valuable work of John T. Short, The North Americans of Antiquity, page 530, for a picture of this singular object. It was found in a section where the ancient mounds were very abundant and rich in relics. The pipe is of sandstone, of the ordinary mound builder's type, and has every appearance of age and usage. There can be no doubt of its genuineness. The finder had no conception of its archaeological value. In the ruined city of Palenque we find, in one of the palaces, a stucco bas-relief of a priest. His elaborate headdress or helmet represents very faithfully the head of an elephant. The cut on page 169 is from a drawing made by Waldeck. The decoration known as elephant trunks is found in many parts of the ancient rooms of Central America, projecting from above the doorways of the buildings. In Tyler's Researches into the Early History of Mankind, page 313, I find a remarkable representation of an elephant, taken from an ancient Mexican manuscript. It is as follows. End of chapter 3.
Part 3, Chapter 4, Section 19 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Part 3, The Civilization of the Old World and New Compared. Chapter 4, Section 19. Corroborating Circumstances. 1. Lenormant insists that the human race issued from Ups Meru, and adds that some Greek traditions point to this locality, particularly the expression me ropsa nau poi, which can only mean the men sprung from Meru. Manual, page 21. Theopompus tells us that the people who inhabited Atlantis were the Meropes, the people of Meru. 2. Whence comes the word Atlantic? The dictionaries tell us that the ocean is named after the mountains of Atlas. But whence did the Atlas Mountains get their name? The words Atlas and Atlantic have no satisfactory etymology in any language known to Europe. They are not Greek, and cannot be referred to any known language of the Old World. But in the Nahuatl language we find immediately the radical a, atl, which signifies water, war, and the top of the head. Molina, Vocabulary and Lingua Mexicana y Castellana. From this comes a series of words, such as Atlan, on the border of or amid the water, from which we have the adjective Atlantic. We have also Atlaca, to combat, or Atlasa, or be in agony. It means likewise to hurl or dart from the water, and in the preterit makes Atlaz. A city named Atlan existed when the continent was discovered by Columbus, at the entrance of the Gulf of Uraba, in Darien. With a good harbor, it is now reduced to an unimportant pueblo named Acla. This from Baldwin's Ancient America, page 179. Plato tells us that Atlantis and the Atlantic Ocean were named after Atlas, the eldest son of Poseidon, the founder of the kingdom. 3. Upon that part of the African continent nearest to the site of Atlantis, we find a chain of mountains known from the most ancient times as the Atlas Mountains. Whence this name Atlas, if it be not from the name of the great king of Atlantis? And if this be not its origin, how comes it that we find it in the most northwestern corner of Africa? And how does it happen that in the time of Herodotus there dwelt near this mountain chain a people called the Atlantis, probably a remnant of a colony from Solon's Island. How comes it that the people of the Barbary States were known to the Greeks, Romans, and Carthaginians as the Atlantes, this name being especially applied to the inhabitants of Fezzan and Bilma? Where did they get the name from? There is no etymology for it east of the Atlantic Ocean. Lenormant's Ancient History of the East, p. 253. Look at it: an Atlas mountain on the shore of Africa, an Atlan town on the shore of America, the Atlantis living along the north and west coast of Africa, an Aztec people from Aztlan in Central America, an ocean rolling between the two worlds called the Atlantic, a mythological deity called Atlas holding the world on his shoulders, and an immemorial tradition of an island of Atlantis. Can all these things be the result of accident? 4. Plato says that there was a passage west from Atlantis to the rest of the islands, as well as from these islands to the whole opposite continent that surrounds the real sea. He calls it a real sea, as contradistinguished from the Mediterranean, which, as he says, is not a real sea or ocean, but a landlocked body of water like a harbor. Now, Plato might have created Atlantis out of his imagination, but how could he have invented the islands beyond, the West India Islands, and the whole continent, America, enclosing that real sea? If we look at the map, we see that the continent of America does surround the ocean in a great half circle. Could Plato have guessed all this? If there had been no Atlantis, and no series of voyages from it that revealed the half circle of the continent from Newfoundland to Cape St. Roche, how could Plato have guessed it? And how could he have known that the Mediterranean was only a harbor compared with the magnitude of the great ocean surrounding Atlantis? Long sea voyages were necessary to establish that fact, and the Greeks, who kept close to the shores in their short journeys, did not make such voyages. 5. How can we, without Atlantis, explain the presence of the Basques in Europe, who have no lingual affinities with any other race on the continent of Europe, but whose language is similar to the languages of America? Plato tells us that the dominion of Gadeirus, one of the kings of Atlantis, extended toward the Pillars of Hercules, as far as the country which is still called the region of Gades in that part of the world. Gades is the Cadiz of today, and the dominion of Gadeirus embraced the land of the Iberians, or Basques, their chief city taking its name from a king of Atlantis, and they themselves being Atlanteans. Dr. Farrar, referring to the Basque language, says, "What is certain about it is that its structure is polysynthetic, like the languages of America. Like them, it forms its compounds by the elimination of certain radicals in the simple words, so that Ilhun, the twilight, is contracted from Hil, dead, and Egan, day, and Belhar, the knee, from Belhar, front, and Oin, leg. The fact is indisputable, and is eminently noteworthy, that while the affinities of the Basque roots have never been conclusively elucidated, there has never been any doubt that this isolated language, preserving its identity in a western corner of Europe, between two mighty kingdoms, resembles in its grammatical structure the aboriginal languages of the vast opposite continent, America, and those alone." Families of Speech, p. 132. If there was an Atlantis, forming, with its connecting ridges, a continuous bridge of land from America to Africa, we can understand how the Basques could have passed from one continent to another. But if the wide Atlantic rolled at all times unbroken between the two continents, it is difficult to conceive of such an emigration by an uncivilized people. 6. Without Atlantis, how can we explain the fact that the early Egyptians were depicted by themselves as red men on their own monuments? And, on the other hand, how can we account for the representations of negroes on the monuments of Central America? Désiré Charnay, now engaged in exploring those monuments, has published in the North American Review for December, 1880, photographs of a number of idols exhumed at San Juan de Teotihuacan, from which I select the following strikingly negroid faces: Negro idols found in Mexico. Dr. Le Plongeon says, besides the sculptures of long bearded men seen by the explorer at Chichen Itza, there were tall figures of people with small heads, thick lips, and curly short hair or wool, regarded as negroes. We always see them as standard or parasol bearers, but never engaged in actual warfare. Maya Archaeology, page 62. The following cut is from the court of the palace of Palenque, figured by Stevens. The face is strongly Ethiopian. The figure below represents a gigantic granite head found near the volcano of Tuxtla, in the Mexican state of Vera Cruz, at Caxapa. The features are unmistakably negroid. As the negroes have never been a seafaring race, the presence of these faces among the antiquities of Central America proves one of two things: either the existence of a land connection between America and Africa via Atlantis, as revealed by the deep sea soundings of the Challenger, or commercial relations between America and Africa through the ships of the Atlanteans, or some other civilized race, whereby the negroes were brought to America as slaves at a very remote epoch. And we find some corroboration of the latter theory in that singular book of the Quiches, the Popol Vuh, in which, after describing the creation of the first men in the region of the rising sun, Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 548, and enumerating their first generations, we are told, all seem to have spoken one language, and to have lived in great peace, black men and white together. Here they awaited the rising of the sun, and prayed to the heart of heaven. Bancroft's Native Races, page 547. How did the red men of Central America know anything about black men and white men? The conclusion seems inevitable that these legends of a primitive, peaceful, and happy land, an Aztlan in the east, inhabited by black and white men, to which all the civilized nations of America traced their origin, could only refer to Atlantis, that bridge of land where the white, dark, and red races met. The Popol Vuh proceeds to tell how this first home of the race became overpopulous, and how the people under Balam Kitse migrated, how their language became confounded, in other words, broken up into dialects, in consequence of separation, and how some of the people went to the east, and many came hither to Guatemala. Ibid, page 547. M. A. de Quatrefages, Human Species, page 200, says, black populations have been found in America in very small numbers only, as isolated tribes in the midst of very different populations. Such are the Charruas of Brazil, the black Caribbees of St. Vincent in the Gulf of Mexico, the Jamasi of Florida, and the dark-complexioned Californians. Such, again, is the tribe that Balboa saw some representatives of in his passage of the Isthmus of Darien in 1513. They were true negroes. 7. How comes it that all the civilizations of the Old World radiate from the shores of the Mediterranean? The Mediterranean is a cul-de-sac, with Atlantis opposite its mouth. Every civilization on its shores possesses the traditions that point to Atlantis. We hear of no civilization coming to the Mediterranean from Asia, Africa, or Europe, from north, south, or west. But north, south, east, and west we find civilization radiating from the Mediterranean to other lands. We see the Aryans descending upon Hindustan from the direction of the Mediterranean, and we find the Chinese borrowing inventions from Hindustan and claiming descent from a region not far from the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean has been the center of the modern world because it lay in the path of the extension of an older civilization, whose ships colonized its shores, as they did also the shores of America. Plato says, "The nations are gathered around the shores of the Mediterranean like frogs around a marsh." Dr. McCausland says, "The obvious conclusion from these facts is, that at some time previous to these migrations, a people speaking a language of a superior and complicated structure broke up their society, and, under some strong impulse, poured out in different directions, and gradually established themselves in all the lands now inhabited by the Caucasian race. Their territories extend from the Atlantic to the Ganges, and from Iceland to Ceylon, and are bordered on the north and east by the Asiatic Mongols, and on the south by the Negro tribes of Central Africa. They present all the appearances of a later race, expanding itself between and into the territories of two pre-existing neighboring races, and forcibly appropriating the room required for its increasing population. McCausland's "Adam and the Adamites," page 280. Modern civilization is Atlantean. Without the thousands of years of development which were had in Atlantis, modern civilization could not have existed. The inventive faculty of the present age is taking up the great delegated work of creation where Atlantis left it thousands of years ago. 8. How are we to explain the existence of the Semitic race in Europe without Atlantis? It is an intrusive race, a race colonized on seacoasts. Where are its old world affinities? 9. Why is it that the origin of wheat, barley, oats, maize, and rye, the essential plants of civilization, is totally lost in the mists of a vast antiquity? We have in the Greek mythology legends of the introduction of most of these by Atlantean kings or gods into Europe, but no European nation claims to have discovered or developed them, and it has been impossible to trace them to their wild originals. Out of the whole flora of the world, mankind in the last 7,000 years has not developed a single food plant to compare in importance to the human family with these. If a wise and scientific nation should propose nowadays to add to this list, it would have to form great botanical gardens, and, by systematic and long continued experiments, develop useful plants from the humble productions of the field and forest. Was this done in the past on the island of Atlantis? 10. Why is it that we find in Ptolemy's "Geography of Asia Minor," in a list of cities in Armenia Major in A.D. 140, the names of 5 cities which have their counterparts in the names of localities in Central America? The Armenian cities are Chol, Kaloa, Zuivana, Cholima, and Zalisa. The Central American localities are Cholula, Coloacan, Zuivan, Colima, and Xalisco. Short's North Americans of Antiquity, page 497. 11. How comes it that the sandals upon the feet of the statue of Chacmal, discovered at Chichen Itza, are exact representations of those found on the feet of the Guanches, the early inhabitants of the Canary Islands, whose mummies are occasionally discovered in the eaves of Teneriffe? Dr. Merritt deems the axe or chisel heads dug up at Chiriqui, Central America, to be almost identical in form as well as material with specimens found in Suffolk County, England. Bancroft's Native Races, Vol. 4, page 20. The rock carvings of Chiriqui are pronounced by Mr. Seeman to have a striking resemblance to the ancient incised characters found on the rocks of Northumberland, England. Ibid. Some stones have recently been discovered in Hierro and Los Palmos, the Canary Islands, bearing sculptured symbols similar to those found on the shores of Lake Superior; and this has led M. Berthollet, the historiographer of the Canary Islands, to conclude that the first inhabitants of the Canaries and those of the Great West were one in race. Benjamin, The Atlantic Islands, page 130. 12. How comes it that very high authority, Professor Retzius, Smithsonian Report, 1859, page 266, declares, "With regard to the primitive Dolichocephali of America, I entertain a hypothesis still more bold, namely, that they are nearly related to the Guanches in the Canary Islands, and to the Atlantic populations of Africa, the Moors, Tuareg, Copts, etc., which Latham comprises under the name of Egyptian Atlantidae. We find one and the same form of skull in the Canary Islands, in front of the African coast, and in the Carib Islands on the opposite coast, which faces Africa. The color of the skin on both sides of the Atlantic is represented in these populations as being of a reddish brown." 13. The barbarians who are alluded to by Homer and Thucydides were a race of ancient navigators and pirates called Caries or Carians, who occupied the isles of Greece before the Pelasgi, and antedated the Phoenicians in the control of the sea. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg claims that these Carians were identical with the Caribs of the West Indies, the Caras of Honduras, and the Guarani of South America. Landa's Relation, pages 52 to 65. 14. When we consider it closely, one of the most extraordinary customs ever known to mankind is that to which I have already alluded in a preceding chapter, to wit, the embalming of the body of the dead man, with a purpose that the body itself may live again in a future state. To arrive at this practice, several things must coexist. A. The people must be highly religious, and possessed of an organized and influential priesthood to perpetuate so troublesome a custom from age to age. B. They must believe implicitly in the immortality of the soul, and this implies a belief in rewards and punishments after death, in a heaven and a hell. C. They must believe in the immortality of the body, and its resurrection from the grave on some day of judgment in the distant future. D. But a belief in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body is not enough, for all Christian nations hold to these beliefs. They must supplement these with a determination that the body shall not perish, that the very flesh and blood in which the man died shall rise with him on the last day, and not a merely spiritual body. Now all these four things must coexist before a people proceed to embalm their dead for religious purposes. The probability that all these four things should coexist by accident in several widely separated races is slight indeed. The doctrine of chances is all against it. There is here no common necessity driving men to the same expedient, with which so many resemblances have been explained. The practice is a religious ceremony, growing out of religious beliefs, by no means common or universal, to wit, that the man who is dead shall live again, and live again in the very body in which he died. Not even all the Jews believed in these things. If, then, it should appear that among the races which we claim were descended from Atlantis, this practice of embalming the dead is found, and nowhere else, we have certainly furnished evidence which can only be explained by admitting the existence of Atlantis, and of some great religious race dwelling on Atlantis, who believed in the immortality of soul and body, and who embalmed their dead. We find, as I have shown, first, that the Guanches of the Canary Islands, supposed to be a remnant of the Atlantean population, preserved their dead as mummies. Second, that the Egyptians, the oldest colony of Atlantis, embalmed their dead in such vast multitudes that they are now exported by the ton to England, and ground up into manures to grow English turnips. Third, that the Assyrians, the Ethiopians, the Persians, the Greeks, and even the Romans embalmed their dead. Fourth, on the American continents we find that the Peruvians, the Central Americans, the Mexicans, and some of the Indian tribes follow the same practice. Is it possible to account for this singular custom, reaching through a belt of nations, and completely around the habitable world, without Atlantis? 15. All the traditions of the Mediterranean races look to the ocean as the source of men and gods. Homer sings of ocean, the origin of gods, and Mother Tethys. Orpheus says, "The fair river of ocean was the first to marry, and he espoused his sister Tethys, who was his mother's daughter." Plato's Dialogues, Cratylus, page 402. The ancients always alluded to the ocean as a river encircling the earth, as in the map of Cosmos. See page 95 and before. Probably a reminiscence of the great canal described by Plato, which surrounded the plain of Atlantis. Homer, in the Iliad, Book 18, describes Tethys, the mother goddess, coming to Achilles from the deep abysses of the main. The circling Nereids with their mistress weep, and all the sea-green sisters of the deep. Plato surrounds the great statue of Poseidon in Atlantis with the images of 100 Nereids. 16. In the deluge legends of the Hindus, as given on page 87 and before, we have seen Manu saving a small fish, which subsequently grew to a great size, and warned him of the coming of the flood. In this legend all the indications point to an ocean as the scene of the catastrophe. It says, "At the close of the last Kalpa there was a general destruction, caused by the sleep of Brahma, whence his creatures in different worlds were drowned in a vast ocean. A holy king named Satyavrata then reigned, a servant of the spirit which moved on the waves (Poseidon), and so devout that water was his only sustenance. In 7 days the 3 worlds (remember Poseidon's trident) shall be plunged in an ocean of death. Thou shalt enter the spacious ark and continue in it secure from the flood on one immense ocean. The sea overwhelmed its shores, deluged the whole earth, augmented by showers from immense clouds." Asiatic Researches, Vol. 1, page 230. All this reminds us of the fountains of the great deep and the floodgates of heaven, and seems to repeat precisely the story of Plato as to the sinking of Atlantis in the ocean. 17. While I do not attach much weight to verbal similarities in the languages of the 2 continents, nevertheless there are some that are very remarkable. We have seen the Pan and Maya of the Greeks reappearing in the Pan and Maya of the Mayas of Central America. The god of the Welsh triads, Hu the mighty, is found in the Hunappu, the hero god of the Quiches; in Hunappu, a hero god; and in Huhunappu, in Hunkam, and Hunabats, semi-divine heroes of the Quiches. The Phoenician deity El was subdivided into a number of hypostases called the Baalim, secondary divinities, emanating from the substance of the deity. Ancient History, East, Vol. 2, page 219. And this word Baalim we find appearing in the mythology of the Central Americans, applied to the semi-divine progenitors of the human race, Balim Kitse, Balamagab, and Ikibalam. End of recording. End of chapter 4. Recording by Mike Harris.
Section 20, Part 3, Chapter 5 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Section 20, Chapter 5, The Question of Complexion. The tendency of scientific thought in ethnology is in the direction of giving more and more importance to the race characteristics, such as height, color of the hair, eyes, and skin, and the formation of the skull and body generally, than to language. The language possessed by a people may be merely the result of conquest or migration. For instance, in the United States today, white, black, and red men, the descendants of French, Spanish, Italians, Mexicans, Irish, Germans, Scandinavians, Africans, all speak the English language, and by the test of language they are all Englishmen, and yet none of them are connected by birth or descent with the country where that language was developed. There is a general misconception as to the color of the European and American races. Europe is supposed to be peopled exclusively by white men, but in reality every shade of color is represented on that continent, from the fair complexion of the fairest of the Swedes to the dark-skinned inhabitants of the Mediterranean coast, only a shade lighter than the Berbers or Moors on the opposite side of that sea. Tacitus spoke of the "black Celts," and the term, so far as complexion goes, might not inappropriately be applied to some of the Italians, Spaniards, and Portuguese, while the Basques are represented as of a still darker hue. Tyler says, Anthropology, page 67, "On the whole, it seems that the distinction of color from the fairest Englishman to the darkest African has no hard and fast lines, but varies gradually from one tint to another." And when we turn to America, we find that the popular opinion that all Indians are "red men," and of the same hue from Patagonia to Hudson's Bay, is a gross error. Pritchard says, Researches into the Physical History of Mankind, Volume 1, page 269, 4th edition, 1841, "It will be easy to show that the American races show nearly as great a variety in this respect as the nations of the old continent. There are among them white races with a florid complexion, and tribes black or of a very dark hue; that their stature, figure, and countenance are almost equally diversified." John T. Short says, North Americans of Antiquity, page 189, "The Menominees, sometimes called the White Indians, formerly occupied the region bordering on Lake Michigan, around Green Bay. The whiteness of these Indians, which is compared to that of white mulattoes, early attracted the attention of the Jesuit missionaries, and has often been commented on by travelers. While it is true that hybridy has done much to lighten the color of many of the tribes, still the peculiarity of the complexion of this people has been marked since the first time a European encountered them. Almost every shade, from the ash color of the Menominees through the cinnamon red, copper, and bronze tints, may be found among the tribes formerly occupying the territory east of the Mississippi, until we reach the dark-skinned Kaws of Kansas, who are nearly as black as the negro. The variety of complexion is as great in South America as among the tribes of the northern part of the continent." In footnote of page 107 of volume 3 of U.S. Explorations for a Railroad Route to the Pacific Ocean, we are told, "Many of the Indians of Zuni, New Mexico, are white. They have a fair skin, blue eyes, chestnut or auburn hair, and are quite good looking. They claim to be full-blooded Zunians, and have no tradition of intermarriage with any foreign race. The circumstance creates no surprise among this people, for from time immemorial a similar class of people has existed among the tribe." Winchell says, "The ancient Indians of California, in the latitude of 40 degrees, were as black as the negroes of Guinea, while in Mexico were tribes of an olive or reddish complexion, relatively light. Among the black races of tropical regions we find generally some light-colored tribes interspersed. These sometimes have light hair and blue eyes. This is the case with the Tuareg of the Sahara, the Afghans of India, and the aborigines of the banks of the Orinoco and the Amazon." Winchell's Pre-Adamites, page 185. William Penn said of the Indians of Pennsylvania, in his letter of August 1683, "The natives are generally tall, straight, well built, and of a singular proportion. They tread strong and clever, and mostly walk with a lofty chin. Their eye is little and black, not unlike a straight-looked Jew. I have seen among them as comely, European-like faces of both sexes as on your side of the sea, and truly an Italian complexion hath not much more of the white, and the noses of several of them have as much of the Roman. For their original, I am ready to believe them to be of the Jewish race, I mean of the stock of the 10 tribes, and that for the following reasons. First, in the next place, I find them to be of the light countenance, and their children of so lively a resemblance that a man would think himself in Duke's Place or Berry Street in London when he seeth them. But this is not all. They agree in rites, they reckon by moons, they offer their first fruits, they have a kind of feast of tabernacles, they are said to lay their altars upon 12 stones, their mourning a year, customs of women, with many other things that do not now occur." Upon this question of complexion, Catlin, in his Indians of North America, Volume 1, page 95, etc., gives us some curious information. We have already seen that the Mandans preserved an image of the ark, and possessed legends of clearly Atlantean character. Catlin says, "A stranger in the Mandan village is first struck with the different shades of complexion and various colors of hair which he sees in a crowd about him, and is at once disposed to exclaim, 'These are not Indians.' There are a great many of these people whose complexions appear as light as half-breeds, and among the women particularly there are many whose skins are almost white, with the most pleasing symmetry and proportion of feature, with hazel, with gray, and with blue eyes, with mildness and sweetness of expression, and excessive modesty of demeanor, which render them exceedingly pleasing and beautiful. Why this diversity of complexion I cannot tell, nor can they themselves account for it. Their traditions, so far as I can learn them, afford us no information of their having had any knowledge of white men before the visit of Lewis and Clark, made to their village 33 years ago. Since that time until now, 1835, there have been very few visits of white men to this place, and surely not enough to have changed the complexions and customs of a nation. And I recollect perfectly well that Governor Clark told me, before I started for this place, that I would find the Mandans a strange people and half white. Among the females may be seen every shade and color of hair that can be seen in our own country, except red or auburn, which is not to be found. There are very many of both sexes and of every age, from infancy to manhood and old age, with hair of a very bright silvery gray, and in some instances almost perfectly white. This unaccountable phenomenon is not the result of disease or habit, but it is unquestionably an hereditary characteristic which runs in families, and indicates no inequality in disposition or intellect, and by passing this hair through my hands I have found it uniformly to be as coarse and harsh as a horse's mane, differing materially from the hair of other colors, which among the Mandans is generally as fine and soft as silk. The stature of the Mandans is rather below the ordinary size of man, with beautiful symmetry of form and proportion, and wonderful suppleness and elasticity." Catlin gives us a group 54 showing this great diversity in complexion. One of the figures is painted almost pure white, and with light hair. The faces are European. Major James W. Lind, who lived among the Dakota Indians for 9 years, and was killed by them in the great outbreak of 1862, says, Manuscript History of Dakotas, Library, Historical Society, Minnesota, page 47, after calling attention to the fact that the different tribes of the Sioux nation represent several different degrees of darkness of color, "The Dakota child is of lighter complexion than the young brave, this one lighter than the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man lighter than the superannuated homo, who, by smoke, paint, dirt, and a drying up of the vital juices, appears to be the true copper-colored Dakota. The color of the Dakotas varies with the nation, and also with the age and condition of the individual. It may be set down, however, as a shade lighter than olive, yet it becomes still lighter by change of condition or mode of life, and nearly vanishes, even in the child, under constant ablutions and avoiding of exposure. Those children in the mission at Hazelwood who are taken very young and not allowed to expose themselves lose almost entirely the olive shade, and become quite as white as the American child. The Mandans are as light as the peasants of Spain, while their brothers, the Crows, are as dark as the Arabs. Dr. Goodrich, in The Universal Traveler, page 154, says that the modern Peruvians in the warmer regions of Peru are as fair as the people of the south of Europe." The Aymaras, the ancient inhabitants of the mountains of Peru and Bolivia, are described as having an olive brown complexion, with regular features, large heads, and a thoughtful and melancholy cast of countenance. They practiced in early times the deformation of the skull. Professor Wilson describes the hair of the ancient Peruvians, as found upon their mummies, as "a lightish brown, and of a fineness of texture which equals that of the Anglo-Saxon race." "The ancient Peruvians," says Short, North Americans of Antiquity, page 187, "appear, from numerous examples of hair found in their tombs, to have been an auburn-haired race." Garcilaso, who had an opportunity of seeing the body of the king Viracocha, describes the hair of that monarch as snow white. Haywood tells us of the discovery, at the beginning of this century, of 3 mummies in a cave on the south side of the Cumberland River, Tennessee, who were buried in baskets, as the Peruvians were originally buried, and whose skin was fair and white, and their hair auburn, and of a fine texture. Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, page 191. Neither is the common opinion correct, which asserts all the American Indians to be of the same type of features. The portraits on this page, and on pages 187 and 191, taken from the report of the U.S. Survey for a route for a Pacific Railroad, present features very much like those of Europeans. In fact, every face here could be precisely matched among the inhabitants of the southern part of the old continent. On the other hand, look at the portrait of the great Indian orator and reformer Savonarola, on page 193. It looks more like the hunting Indians of northwestern America than any of the preceding faces. In fact, if it was dressed with a scalp lock, it would pass muster anywhere as a portrait of the "man afraid of his horses," or "sitting bull." Adam was, it appears, a red man. Winchell tells us that Adam is derived from the red earth. The radical letters Adam are found in Adama, "something out of which vegetation was made to germinate," to wit, the earth. Odom and Odom signify red, ruddy, bay-colored, as of a horse, the color of a red heifer. Adam, a man, a human being, male or female, red, ruddy. Pre-Adamites, page 161. "The Arabs distinguished mankind into 2 races, one red, ruddy, the other black." Ibid. They classed themselves among the red men. Not only was Adam a red man, but there is evidence that, from the highest antiquity, red was a sacred color. The gods of the ancients were always painted red. The Wisdom of Solomon refers to this custom. "The carpenter carved it elegantly, and formed it by the skill of his understanding, and fashioned it to the shape of a man, or made it like some vile beast, laying it over with vermilion, and with paint, coloring it red, and covering every spot therein." The idols of the Indians were also painted red, and red was the religious color. Lynn's Manuscript History of Dakotas, Library, Historical Society, Minnesota. The Cushites and Ethiopians, early branches of the Atlantean stock, took their name from their sunburnt complexion. They were red men. The name of the Phoenicians signified red. Himyar, the prefix of the Himyaritic Arabians, also means red, and the Arabs were painted red on the Egyptian monuments. The ancient Egyptians were red men. They recognized 4 races of men: the red, yellow, black, and white men. They themselves belonged to the Rot, or red men. The yellow men they called Namu. It included the Asiatic races. The black men were called Nahsu, and the white men Tamhu. The following figures are copied from Knott and Gliddon's Types of Mankind, page 85, and were taken by them from the great works of Belzoni, Champollion, and Lepsius. In later ages, so desirous were the Egyptians of preserving the aristocratic distinction of the color of their skin, that they represented themselves on the monuments as of a crimson hue, an exaggeration of their original race complexion. In the same way, we find that the ancient Aryan writings divided mankind into 4 races: the white, red, yellow, and black. The 4 castes of India were founded upon these distinctions in color. In fact, the word for color in Sanskrit, varna, means caste. The red men, according to the Mahabharata, were the Kshatriyas, the warrior caste, who were afterward engaged in a fierce contest with the whites, the Brahmans, and were nearly exterminated, although some of them survived, and from their stock Buddha was born. So that not only the Mohammedan and Christian, but the Buddhistic religion seems to be derived from the branches of the Hamitic or red stock. The great Manu was also of the red race. The Egyptians, while they painted themselves red-brown, represented the nations of Palestine as yellow-brown, and the Libyans as yellow-white. The present inhabitants of Egypt range from a yellow color in the north parts to a deep bronze. Tyler is of opinion, Anthropology, page 95, that the ancient Egyptians belonged to a brown race, which embraced the Nubian tribes and, to some extent, the Berbers of Algiers and Tunis. He groups the Assyrians, Phoenicians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Andalusians, Bretons, dark Welshmen, and people of the Caucasus into one body, and designates them as "dark whites." The Himyarite Arabs, as I have shown, derived their name originally from their red color, and they were constantly depicted on the Egyptian monuments as red or light brown. Herodotus tells us that there was a nation of Libyans, called the Maxians, who claimed descent from the people of Troy. The walls of Troy, we shall see, were built by Poseidon, that is to say, Troy was an Atlantean colony. These Maxians painted their whole bodies red. The Zavesians, the ancestors of the Zouaves of Algiers, the tribe that gave their name to the French Zouaves, also painted themselves red. Some of the Ethiopians were "copper colored." American Cyclopedia, article Egypt, page 464. Tyler says, Anthropology, page 160, "The language of the ancient Egyptians, though it cannot be classed in the Semitic family with Hebrew, has some important points of correspondence, whether due to the long intercourse between the 2 races in Egypt, or to some deeper ancestral connection, and such analogies also appear in the Berber languages of North Africa." These last were called by the ancients the Atlanteans. "If a congregation of 12 representatives from Malacca, China, Japan, Mongolia, Sandwich Islands, Chile, Peru, Brazil, Chickasaws, Comanches, etc., were dressed alike, or undressed and unshaven, the most skilful anatomist could not, from their appearance, separate them." Fontaine's How the World was Peopled, pages 147 to 44. Ferdinand Columbus, in his relation of his father's voyages, compares the inhabitants of Guanani to the Canary Islanders, an Atlantean race, and describes the inhabitants of San Domingo as still more beautiful and fair. In Peru, the Charanzanis, studied by Monsieur Ancrode, also resemble the Canary Islanders. L'Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg imagined himself surrounded by Arabs when all his Indians of Rabinal were around him, for they had, he said, their complexion, features, and beard. Pierre Martyr speaks of the Indians of the Parian Gulf as having fair hair. The Human Species, page 201. The same author believes that tribes belonging to the Semitic type are also found in America. He refers to certain traditions of Guyana and the use in the country of a weapon entirely characteristic of the ancient Canary Islanders. When science is able to disabuse itself of the Mortonian theory that the aborigines of America are all red men and all belong to one race, we may hope that the confluence upon the continent of widely different races from different countries may come to be recognized and intelligently studied. There can be no doubt that red, white, black, and yellow men have united to form the original population of America, and there can be as little doubt that the entire population of Europe and the south shore of the Mediterranean is a mongrel race, a combination in varying proportions of a dark brown or red race with a white race, the characteristics of the different nations depending upon the proportions in which the dark and light races are mingled, for peculiar mental and moral characteristics go with these complexions. The red-haired people are a distinct variety of the white stock. There were once whole tribes and nations with this color of hair. Their blood is now intermingled with all the races of men, from Palestine to Iceland. Everything in Europe speaks of vast periods of time, and long, continued, and constant interfusion of bloods, until there is not a fair-skinned man on the continent that has not the blood of the dark-haired race in his veins, nor scarcely a dark-skinned man that is not lighter in hue from intermixture with the white stock. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. End of Section 20. Section 21. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius, Loyola, Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius, Loyola, Donnelly. Section 21. Chapter 6. Genesis contains a history of Atlantis. The Hebrews are a branch of the great family of which that powerful commercial race, the Phoenicians, who were the merchants of the world 1500 years before the time of Christ, were a part. The Hebrews carried out from the common storehouse of their race a mass of traditions, many of which have come down to us in that oldest and most venerable of human compositions, the Book of Genesis. I have shown that the story of the deluge plainly refers to the destruction of Atlantis, and that it agrees in many important particulars with the account given by Plato. The people destroyed were, in both instances, the ancient race that had created civilization. They had formerly been in a happy and sinless condition. They had become great and wicked. They were destroyed for their sins. They were destroyed by water. But we can go farther, and it can be asserted that there is scarcely a prominent fact in the opening chapters of the book of Genesis that cannot be duplicated from the legends of the American nations, and scarcely a custom known to the Jews that does not find its counterpart among the people of the New World. Even in the history of the creation we find these similarities. The Bible tells us, Genesis 1:2, that in the beginning the earth was without form and void, and covered with water. In the Quiche legends we are told, quote, "At first all was sea, no man, animal, bird, or green herb. There was nothing to be seen but the sea and the heavens." End quote. The Bible says, Genesis 1:2, quote, "And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." End quote. The Quiche legend says, quote, "The Creator, the Former, the Dominator, the feathered serpent, those that give life, moved upon the waters like a glowing light." End quote. The Bible says, Genesis 1:9, quote, "And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so." End quote. The Quiche legend says, quote, "The creative spirits cried out, 'Earth!' and in an instant it was formed, and rose like a vapor cloud, and immediately the plains and the mountains arose, and the cypress and pine appeared." End quote. The Bible tells us, quote, "And God said that it was good." End quote. The Quiche legend says, quote, "Then Cucumatz was filled with joy, and cried out, 'Blessed be thy coming, O heart of heaven, Hurakan, thunderbolt.'" End quote. The order in which the vegetables, animals, and man were formed is the same in both records. In Genesis chapter 2:7 we are told, quote, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground." End quote. The Quiche legend says, quote, "The first man was made of clay, but he had no intelligence, and was consumed in the water." End quote. In Genesis, the first man is represented as naked. The Aztec legend says, quote, "The sun was much nearer the earth then than now, and his grateful warmth rendered clothing unnecessary." End quote. Even the temptation of Eve reappears in the American legends. Lord Kingsborough says, quote, "The Toltecs had paintings of a garden, with a single tree standing in the midst. Round the root of the tree is entwined a serpent, whose head appearing above the foliage displays the face of a woman. Torquemada admits the existence of this tradition among them, and agrees with the Indian historians who affirm that this was the first woman in the world, who bore children, and from whom all mankind are descended." End quote. Mexican Antiquities, Volume 8, page 19. There is also a legend of Suchiquecal, who disobediently gathered roses from a tree, and thereby disgraced and injured herself and all her posterity. Mexican Antiquities, Volume 6, page 401. The legends of the Old World, which underlie Genesis, and were used by Milton in the Paradise Lost, appear in the Mexican legends of a war of angels in heaven, and the fall of Zutemke, Sutem, Satan, Arabic Shatana, and the other rebellious spirits. We have seen that the Central Americans possessed striking parallels to the accounts of the deluge in Genesis. There is also clearly established legend which singularly resembles the Bible record of the Tower of Babel. Father Duran, in his manuscript Historia Antica de la Nueva Hispania, A.D. 1585, quotes from the lips of a native of Cholula, over 100 years old, a version of the legend as to the building of the Great Pyramid of Cholula. It is as follows: "In the beginning, before the light of the world had been created, this land, Cholula, was in obscurity and darkness, and void of any created thing. All was a plain, without hill or elevation, encircled in every part by water, without tree or created thing. And immediately after the light and the sun arose in the east, there appeared gigantic men of deformed stature, and possessed the land, and desiring to see the nativity of the sun as well as his occident, proposed to go and seek them. Dividing themselves into two parties, some journeyed to the west, and others toward the east. These travelled until the sea cut off their road, whereupon they determined to return to the place from which they started, and arriving at this place, Cholula, not finding the means of reaching the sun, enamored of his light and beauty, they determined to build a tower so high that its summit should reach the sky. Having collected materials for the purpose, they found a very adhesive clay and bitumen, with which they speedily commenced to build the tower, and having reared it to the greatest possible altitude, so that they say it reached to the sky, the Lord of the heavens, enraged, said to the inhabitants of the sky, "Have you observed how they of the earth have built a high and haughty tower to mount hither, being enamored of the light of the sun and his beauty? Come and confound them, because it is not right that they of the earth, living in the flesh, should mingle with us." Immediately the inhabitants of the sky sallied forth like flashes of lightning. They destroyed the edifice, and divided and scattered its builders to all parts of the earth. One can recognize in this legend the recollection by a ruder race of a highly civilized people, for only a highly civilized people would have attempted such a vast work. Their mental superiority and command of the arts gave them the character of giants who arrived from the east, who had divided into two great emigrations, one moving eastward toward Europe, the other westward toward America. They were sun worshippers, for we are told, "they were enamored of the light and beauty of the sun," and they built a high place for his worship. The pyramid of Cholula is one of the greatest constructions ever erected by human hands. It is, even now, in its ruined condition, 160 feet high, 1,400 feet square at the base, and covers 45 acres. We have only to remember that the greatest pyramid of Egypt, Cheops, covers but 12 or 13 acres, to form some conception of the magnitude of this American structure. It must not be forgotten that this legend was taken down by a Catholic priest shortly after the conquest of Mexico, from the lips of an old Indian who was born before Columbus sailed from Spain. Observe the resemblances between this legend and the Bible account of the building of the Tower of Babel. All was plain, without hill or elevation, says the Indian legend. They found a plain in the valley of Shinar, and they dwelt there, says the Bible. They built of brick in both cases. Let us build us a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, says the Bible. They determined to build a tower so high that its summit should reach the sky, says the Indian legend. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men had builded. And the Lord said, Behold, nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down and confound them, says the Bible record. The Lord of the heavens, enraged, said to the inhabitants of the sky, Have you observed, etc.? Come and confound them, says the Indian record. And the Lord scattered them abroad from thence on all the face of the earth, says the Bible. They scattered its builders to all parts of the earth, says the Mexican legend. Can anyone doubt that these two legends must have sprung in some way from one another, or from some common source? There are enough points of difference to show that the American is not a servile copy of the Hebrew legend. In the former, the story comes from a native of Cholula. It is told under the shadow of the mighty pyramid it commemorates. It is a local legend which he repeats. The men who built it, according to his account, were foreigners. They built it to reach the sun, that is to say, a sun temple, while in the Bible record Babel was built to perpetuate the glory of its architects. In the Indian legend, the gods stopped the work by a great storm, in the Bible account by confounding the speech of the people. Both legends were probably derived from Atlantis, and referred to some gigantic structure of great height built by that people, and when the story emigrated to the east and west, it was in the one case affixed to the Tower of the Chaldeans, and in the other to the Pyramid of Cholula, precisely as we find the Ark of the Deluge resting upon separate mountain chains all the way from Greece to Armenia. In one form of the Tower of Babel legend, that of the Toltecs, we are told that the Pyramid of Cholula was erected as a means of escape from a second flood, should another occur. But the resemblances between Genesis and the American legends do not stop here. We are told, Genesis 2:21, that the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while he slept, God made Eve out of one of his ribs. According to the Quiche tradition, there were 4 men from whom the races of the world descended, probably a recollection of the red, black, yellow, and white races, and these men were without wives, and the Creator made wives for them while they slept. Some wicked misanthrope referred to these traditions when he said, and man's first sleep became his last repose. In Genesis chapter 3:22, and the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore God drove him out of the garden. In the Quiche legends we are told, the gods feared that they had made men too perfect, and they breathed a cloud of mist over their vision. When the ancestors of the Quiches migrated to America, the divinity parted the sea for their passage, as the Red Sea was parted for the Israelites. The story of Samson is paralleled in the history of a hero named Zipanca, told of in the Popol Vuh, who, being captured by his enemies and placed in a pit, pulled down the building in which his captors had assembled, and killed 400 of them. There were giants in those days, says the Bible. A great deal of the Central American history is taken up with the doings of an ancient race of giants called Quinames. This parallelism runs through 100 particulars. Both the Jews and Mexicans worshipped toward the east. Both called the South "the right hand of the world." Both burnt incense toward the four corners of the earth. Confession of sin and sacrifice of atonement were common to both peoples. Both were punctilious about washings and ablutions. Both believed in devils, and both were afflicted with leprosy. Both considered women who died in childbirth as worthy of honor as soldiers who fell in battle. Both punished adultery with stoning to death. As David leaped and danced before the ark of the Lord, so did the Mexican monarchs before their idols. Both had an ark, the abiding place of an invisible God. Both had a species of serpent worship. Compare our representation of the great serpent mound in Adams County, Ohio, with the following description of a great serpent mound in Scotland. Serpent worship in the West. Some additional light appears to have been thrown upon ancient serpent worship in the West by the recent archaeological explorations of Mr. John S. Feney, FGS, FRGS, in Scotland. Mr. Feney has just investigated a curious earthen mound in Glenfeechan, Argyllshire, referred to by him at the late meeting of the British Association in Edinburgh as being in the form of a serpent or saurian. The mound, says the Scotsman, is a most perfect one. The head is a large cairn, and the body of the earthen reptile 300 feet long, and in the center of the head there were evidences, when Mr. Feney first visited it, of an altar having been placed there. The position with regard to Ben Cruachan is most remarkable. The three peaks are seen over the length of the reptile, while a person is standing on the head or cairn. The shape can only be seen so as to be understood when looked down upon from an elevation, as the outline cannot be understood unless the whole of it can be seen. This is most perfect when the spectator is on the head of the animal form, or on the lofty rock to the west of it. The mound corresponds almost entirely with one 700 feet long in America, an account of which was lately published, after careful study, by Mr. Squire. The altar toward the head in each case agrees. In the American mound, 3 rivers, also objects of worship with the ancients, were evidently identified. The number 3 was a sacred number in all ancient mythologies. The sinuous winding and articulations of the vertebral spinal arrangement are anatomically perfect in the Argyllshire mound. The gentlemen present with Mr. Feney during his investigation state that beneath the cairn, forming the head of the animal, was found a megalithic chamber, in which was a quantity of charcoal and burnt earth and charred nutshells, a flint instrument, beautifully and minutely serrated at the edge, and burnt bones. The back or spine of the serpent, which, as already stated, is 300 feet long, was found, beneath the peat moss, to be formed by a careful adjustment of stones, the formation of which probably prevented the structure from being obliterated by time and weather." Pall Mall Gazette. We find a striking likeness between the works of the Stone Age in America and Europe, as shown in the figures here given. The same singular custom which is found among the Jews and the Hindus, for "a man to raise up seed for his deceased brother by marrying his widow," was found among the Central American nations. Las Casas, manuscript, Hist. Apoloc, chapter 213, 215, Torquemada, Monarch Ind., volume 2, 377-8. No one but the Jewish high priest might enter the Holy of Holies. A similar custom obtained in Peru. Both ate the flesh of the sacrifices of atonement. Both poured the blood of the sacrifice on the earth. They sprinkled it. They marked persons with it. They smeared it upon the walls and stones. The Mexican temple, like the Jewish, faced the east. "As among the Jews the ark was a sort of portable temple in which the deity was supposed to be continually present, so among the Mexicans, the Cherokees, and the Indians of Michoacan and Honduras, an ark was held in the highest veneration, and was considered an object too sacred to be touched by any but the priests." Kingsborough, Mex Antique, Volume 8, page 258. The Peruvians believed that the rainbow was a sign that the earth would not again be destroyed by a deluge. Ibid, page 25. The Jewish custom of laying the sins of the people upon the head of an animal and turning him out into the wilderness had its counterpart among the Mexicans, who, to cure a fever, formed a dog of maize paste and left it by the roadside, saying the first passer-by would carry away the illness. Dorman, Prim. Super, page 59. Jacob's ladder had its duplicate in the vine or tree of the Ojibways, which led from the earth to heaven, up and down which the spirits passed. Ibid, page 67. Both Jews and Mexicans offered water to a stranger that he might wash his feet. Both ate dust in token of humility. Both anointed with oil. Both sacrificed prisoners. Both periodically separated the women, and both agreed in the strong and universal idea of uncleanness connected with that period. Both believed in the occult power of water, and both practiced baptism. "Then the Mexican midwife gave the child to taste of the water, putting her moistened fingers in its mouth, and said, 'Take this. By this thou hast to live on the earth, to grow and to flourish. Through this we get all things that support existence on the earth. Receive it.' Then with moistened fingers she touched the breast of the child and said, 'Behold, the pure water that washes and cleanses thy heart, and removes all filthiness. Receive it. May the goddess see good to purify and cleanse thine heart.' Then the midwife poured water upon the head of the child, saying, 'O my grandson, my son, take this water of the Lord of the world, which is thy life, invigorating and refreshing, washing and cleansing. I pray that this celestial water, blue and light blue, may enter into thy body, and there live. I pray that it may destroy in thee and put away from thee all the things evil and adverse that were given thee before the beginning of the world. Wheresoever thou art in this child, O thou hurtful thing, be gone, leave it, put thyself apart, for now does it live anew, and anew is it born. Now again is it purified and cleansed, now again is it shaped and engendered by our mother, the goddess of water.'" Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 372. Here we find many resemblances to the Christian ordinance of baptism, the pouring of the water on the head, the putting of the fingers in the mouth, the touching of the breast, the new birth, and the washing away of the original sin. The Christian rite, we know, was not a Christian invention, but was borrowed from ancient times, from the great storehouse of Asiatic traditions and beliefs. The Mexicans hung up the heads of their sacrificed enemies. This was also a Jewish custom. "And the Lord said unto Moses, Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, and the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, Slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal Peor." Numbers 25:4-5. The Scythians, Herodotus tells us, scalped their enemies, and carried the scalp at the pommel of their saddles. The Jews probably scalped their enemies. But God shall wound the head of his enemies, and the hairy scalp of such a one as goeth on still in his trespasses." Psalm 68:21. The ancient Scandinavians practiced scalping. When Harold Harefoot seized his rival, Alfred, with 600 followers, he "had them maimed, blinded, hamstrung, scalped, and emboweled." Taine's History of English Literature, page 35. Herodotus describes the Scythian mode of taking the scalp. "He makes a cut round the head near the ears, and shakes the skull out." This is precisely the Indian custom. "The more scalps a man has," says Herodotus, "the more highly he is esteemed among them." The Indian scalp lock is found on the Egyptian monuments as one of the characteristics of the Japhetic Libyans, who shaved all the head except one lock in the middle. The Manchus of Tartary wear a scalp lock, as do the modern Chinese. Byron describes the heads of the dead Tartars under the walls of Corinth, devoured by the wild dogs. "Crimson and green were the shawls of their wear, and each scalp had a single long tuft of hair; all the rest were shaven and bare." These resemblances are so striking and so numerous that repeated attempts have been made to prove that the inhabitants of America are the descendants of the Jews. Some have claimed that they represented "the lost tribes" of that people, but as the Jews were never a maritime or emigrating people, they formed no colonies, and it is impossible to believe, as has been asserted, that they left their flocks and herds, marched across the whole face of Asia, took ships, and sailed across the greatest of the oceans to a continent of the existence of which they had no knowledge. If we seek the origin of these extraordinary coincidences in opinions and habits, we must go far back of the time of the lost tribes. We must seek it in the relationship of the Jews to the family of Noah, and in the identity of the Noachic race destroyed by the deluge with the people of the drowned Atlantis. Nor need it surprise us to find traditions perpetuated for thousands upon thousands of years, especially among a people having a religious priesthood. The essence of religion is conservatism. Little is invented. Nothing perishes. Change comes from without, and even when one religion is supplanted by another, its gods live on as the demons of the new faith, or they pass into the folklore and fairy stories of the people. We see Wotan, a hero in America, become the god Odin or Woden in Scandinavia, and when his worship as a god dies out, Odin survives, as Dr. Dasent has proved in the Wild Huntsman of the Hartz, and in the Robin Hood, Udin, of popular legend. The Hellequin of France becomes the Harlequin of our pantomimes. William Tell never existed. He is a myth, a survival of the sun god Apollo, Indra, who was worshipped on the altars of Atlantis. "Nothing here but it doth change into something rich and strange." The rite of circumcision dates back to the first days of Phoenicia, Egypt, and the Cushites. It too was probably an Atlantean custom, invented in the Stone Age. Tens of thousands of years have passed since the Stone Age. The ages of copper, bronze, and iron have intervened, and yet to this day the Hebrew rabbi performs the ceremony of circumcision with a stone knife. Frothingham says, speaking of St. Peter's Cathedral in Rome, "Into what depths of antiquity the ceremonies carried me back! To the mysteries of Eleusis, to the sacrificial rites of Phoenicia. The boys swung the censers as censers had been swung in the adoration of Bacchus. The girdle and cassock of the priests came from Persia. The veil and tonsure were from Egypt. The alb and chasuble were prescribed by Numa Pompilius. The stole was borrowed from the official who used it to throw it on the back of the victim that was to be sacrificed. The white surplice was the same as described by Juvenal and Ovid." Although it is evident that many thousands of years must have passed since the men who wrote in Sanskrit in northwestern India could have dwelt in Europe, yet to this day they preserve among their ancient books maps and descriptions of the western coast of Europe, and even of England and Ireland, and we find among them a fuller knowledge of the vexed question of the sources of the Nile than was possessed by any nation in the world 25 years ago. This perpetuation of forms and beliefs is illustrated in the fact that the formulas used in the Middle Ages in Europe to exorcise evil spirits were Assyrian words, imported probably thousands of years before from the magicians of Chaldea. When the European conjurer cried out to the demon, "Hilka, Hilka, Besha, Besha," he had no idea that he was repeating the very words of a people who had perished ages before, and that they signified, go away, evil one, evil one." Lenormant, Ancient History of the East, Volume 1, page 448. Our circle of 360 degrees, the division of a chord of the circle equal to the radius into 60 equal parts, called degrees, the division of these into 60 minutes, of the minute into 60 seconds, and the second into 60 thirds, the division of the day into 24 hours, each hour into 60 minutes, each minute into 60 seconds, the division of the week into 7 days, and the very order of the days, all have come down to us from the Chaldeo-Assyrians, and these things will probably be perpetuated among our posterity "to the last syllable of recorded time." We need not be surprised, therefore, to find the same legends and beliefs cropping out among the nations of Central America and the people of Israel. Nay, it should teach us to regard the book of Genesis with increased veneration as a relic dating from the most ancient days of man's history on earth. Its roots cross the great ocean. Every line is valuable. A word, a letter, an accent may throw light upon the gravest problems of the birth of civilization. The vital conviction which, during thousands of years, at all times pressed home upon the Israelites was that they were a "chosen people," selected out of all the multitude of the earth, to perpetuate the great truth that there was but one God, an illimitable, omnipotent, paternal spirit, who rewarded the good and punished the wicked, in contradistinction from the multifarious, subordinate, animal, and bestial demigods of the other nations of the earth. This sublime monotheism could only have been the outgrowth of a high civilization, for man's first religion is necessarily a worship of "stocks and stones," and history teaches us that the gods decrease in number as man increases in intelligence. It was probably in Atlantis that monotheism was first preached. The Proverbs of Ptahhotep, the oldest book of the Egyptians, show that this most ancient colony from Atlantis received the pure faith from the motherland at the very dawn of history. This book preached the doctrine of one God, "the rewarder of the good and the punisher of the wicked," Reginald S. Poole, Contemporary Review, August 1881, page 38. "In the early days the Egyptians worshipped one only God, the maker of all things, without beginning and without end. To the last the priests preserved this doctrine and taught it privately to a select few." American Encyclopedia, Volume 6, page 463. The Jews took up this great truth where the Egyptians dropped it, and over the beads and over the ruins of Egypt, Chaldea, Phoenicia, Greece, Rome, and India, this handful of poor shepherds, ignorant, debased, and despised, have carried down to our own times a conception which could only have originated in the highest possible state of human society. And even skepticism must pause before the miracle of the continued existence of this strange people, wading through the ages, bearing on their shoulders the burden of their great trust, and pressing forward under the force of a perpetual and irresistible impulse. The speech that may be heard today in the synagogues of Chicago and Melbourne resounded 2,000 years ago in the streets of Rome, and at a still earlier period it could be heard in the palaces of Babylon and in the shops of Thebes, in Tyre, in Sidon, in Gades, in Palmyra, in Nineveh. How many nations have perished! How many languages have ceased to exist! How many splendid civilizations have crumbled into ruin! How many temples and towers and towns have gone down to dust since the sublime frenzy of monotheism first seized this extraordinary people! All their kindred nomadic tribes are gone. Their land of promise is in the hands of strangers, but Judaism, with its offspring Christianity, is taking possession of the habitable world, and the continuous life of one people, one poor, obscure, and wretched people, spans the tremendous gulf between Ptahhotep and this 19th century. If the spirit of which the universe is but an expression, of whose frame the stars are the infinite molecules, can be supposed ever to interfere with the laws of matter and reach down into the doings of men, would it not be to save from the wreck and waste of time the most sublime fruit of the civilization of the drowned Atlantis? A belief in the one, only, just God, the Father of all life, the imposer of all moral obligations? End of Part 3, Chapter 6. End of Section 21.
Section 22. Part 3, Chapter 7 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Chapter 7. The Origin of Our Alphabet. One of the most marvelous inventions for the advancement of mankind is the phonetic alphabet, or a system of signs representing the sounds of human speech. Without it our present civilization could scarcely have been possible. No solution of the origin of our European alphabet has yet been obtained. We can trace it back from nation to nation and form to form, until we reach the Egyptians, and the archaic forms of the Phoenicians, Hebrews, and Cushites, but beyond this the light fails us. The Egyptians spoke of their hieroglyphic system of writing not as their own invention, but as the language of the gods. Lenormant and Cheval, Ancient History of the East, Volume 2, page 208. The gods were doubtless their highly civilized ancestors, the people of Atlantis, who, as we shall hereafter see, became the gods of many of the Mediterranean races. According to the Phoenicians, the art of writing was invented by Tautus or Taut, whom the Egyptians called Thauth, and the Egyptians said it was invented by Thauth or Thoth, otherwise called the first Hermes, in which we clearly see that both the Phoenicians and Egyptians referred the invention to a period older than their own separate political existence, and to an older nation, from which both peoples received it. Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations, p. 91. The first Hermes here referred to, afterward called Mercury by the Romans, was the son of Zeus and Maia, a daughter of Atlas. This is the same Maia whom the Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg identifies with the Maya of Central America. Sir William Drummond, in his Origins, said, "There seems to be no way of accounting either for the early use of letters among so many different nations, or for the resemblance which existed between some of the graphic systems employed by those nations, than by supposing hieroglyphical writing, if I may be allowed the term, to have been in use among the Sabaists in the first ages after the flood, when Sabaism, planet worship, was the religion of almost every country that was yet inhabited." Sir Henry Rawlinson says, "So great is the analogy between the first principles of the science of writing, as it appears to have been pursued in Chaldea, and as we can actually trace its progress in Egypt, that we can hardly hesitate to assign the original invention to a period before the Hamitic race had broken up and divided." It is not to be believed that such an extraordinary system of sound signs could have been the invention of any one man, or even of any one age. Like all our other acquisitions, it must have been the slow growth and accretion of ages. It must have risen step by step from picture writing, through an intermediate condition like that of the Chinese, where each word or thing was represented by a separate sign. The fact that so old and enlightened a people as the Chinese have never reached a phonetic alphabet gives us some indication of the greatness of the people among whom it was invented, and the lapse of time before they attained to it. Humboldt says, "According to the views which, since Champollion's great discovery, have been gradually adopted regarding the earlier condition of the development of alphabetical writing, the Phoenician as well as the Semitic characters are to be regarded as a phonetic alphabet that has originated from pictorial writing, as one in which the ideal signification of the symbols is wholly disregarded, and the characters are regarded as mere signs for sounds." Cosmos, Vol. II, p. 129. Baldwin says (Prehistoric Nations, p. 93), "The nation that becomes mistress of the seas, established communication with every shore, and monopolized the commerce of the known world, must have substituted a phonetic alphabet for the hieroglyphics as it gradually grew to this eminence; while isolated Egypt, less affected by the practical wants and tendencies of commercial enterprise, retained the hieroglyphic system, and carried it to a marvelous height of perfection." It must be remembered that some of the letters of our alphabet are inventions of the later nations. In the oldest alphabets there was no C, the G taking its place. The Romans converted the G into a C, and then, finding the necessity for a G sign, made one by adding a tail piece to the C. The Greeks added to the ancient alphabet the upsilon, shaped like our V or Y, the two forms being used at first indifferently. They added the X sign. They converted the T of the Phoenicians into th or theta, Z and S into signs for double consonants. They turned the Phoenician Y, yod, into I, iota. The Greeks converted the Phoenician alphabet, which was partly consonantal, into one purely phonetic, a perfect instrument for the expression of spoken language. The W was also added to the Phoenician alphabet. The Romans added the Y. At first I and J were both indicated by the same sound. A sign for J was afterward added. We have also, in common with other European languages, added a W, that is, VV, or W, to represent the W sound. The letters, then, which we owe to the Phoenicians are A, B, C, D, E, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, Z. If we are to trace out resemblances with the alphabet of any other country, it must be with these signs. Is there any other country to which we can turn which possessed a phonetic alphabet in any respect kindred to this Phoenician alphabet? It cannot be the Chinese alphabet, which has more signs than words. It cannot be the cuneiform alphabet of Assyria, with its 700 arrow-shaped characters, none of which bear the slightest affinity to the Phoenician letters. It is a surprising fact that we find in Central America a phonetic alphabet. This is in the alphabet of the Mayas, the ancient people of the peninsula of Yucatan, who claim that their civilization came to them across the sea in ships from the east, that is, from the direction of Atlantis. The Mayas succeeded to the Colhuas, whose era terminated 1000 years before the time of Christ. From them they received their alphabet. It has come to us through Bishop Landa, one of the early missionary bishops, who confesses to having burnt a great number of Maya books because they contained nothing but the works of the devil. He fortunately, however, preserved for posterity the alphabet of this people. We present it herewith. Diego de Landa was the first bishop of Yucatan. He wrote a history of the Mayas and their country, which was preserved in manuscript at Madrid in the library of the Royal Academy of History. It contains a description and explanation of the phonetic alphabet of the Mayas. Landa's manuscript seems to have lain neglected in the library, for little or nothing was heard of it until it was discovered by the French priest Brasseur de Bourbourg, who by means of it has deciphered some of the old American writings. He says, "The alphabet and signs explained by Landa have been to me a Rosetta Stone." Baldwin's Ancient America, p. 191. When we observe, in the table of alphabets of different European nations which I give herewith, how greatly the forms of the Phoenician letters have been modified, it would surprise us to find any resemblance between the Maya alphabet of 2 or 3 centuries since and the ancient European forms. It must, however, be remembered that the Mayas are one of the most conservative peoples in the world. They still adhere with striking pertinacity to the language they spoke when Columbus landed on San Salvador, and it is believed that that language is the same as the one inscribed on the most ancient monuments of their country. Señor Pimental says of them, "The Indians have preserved this idiom with such tenacity that they will speak no other. It is necessary for the whites to address them in their own language to communicate with them." It is therefore probable, as their alphabet did not pass from nation to nation, as did the Phoenician, that it has not departed so widely from the original forms received from the Colhuas. But when we consider the vast extent of time which has elapsed, and the fact that we are probably without the intermediate stages of the alphabet which preceded the archaic Phoenician, it will be astonishing if we find resemblances between any of the Maya letters and the European forms, even though we concede that they are related. If we find decided affinities between 2 or 3 letters, we may reasonably presume that similar coincidences existed as to many others which have disappeared under the attrition of centuries. The first thought that occurs to us, on examining the Landa alphabet, is the complex and ornate character of the letters. Instead of the 2 or 3 strokes with which we indicate a sign for a sound, we have here rude pictures of objects, and we find that these are themselves simplifications of older forms, of a still more complex character. Take, for instance, the letter pp in Landa's alphabet, symbol. Here are evidently the traces of a face. The same appear, but not so plainly, in the sign for x, which is symbol. Now, if we turn to the ancient hieroglyphics upon the monuments of Central America, we will find the human face appearing in a great many of them, as in the following, which we copy from the tablet of the cross at Palenque. We take the hieroglyphs from the left-hand side of the inscription. Here it will be seen that out of the 7 hieroglyphical figures, 6 contain human faces, and we find that in the whole inscription of the tablet of the cross there are 33 figures out of 108 that are made up in part of the human countenance. We can see, therefore, in the Landa alphabet a tendency to simplification, and this is what we would naturally expect. When the emblems, which were probably first intended for religious inscriptions, where they could be slowly and carefully elaborated, were placed in the hands of a busy, active, commercial people, such as were the Atlanteans, and afterwards the Phoenicians, men with whom time was valuable, the natural tendency would be to simplify and condense them, and when the original meaning of the picture was lost, they would naturally slur it, as we find in the letters pp and x of the Maya alphabet, where the figure of the human face remains only in rude lines. The same tendency is plainly shown in the 2 forms of the letter h, as given in Landa's alphabet. The original form is more elaborate than the variation of it. The original form is symbol. The variation is given as symbol. Now let us suppose this simplification to be carried a step farther. We have seen the upper and lower parts of the first form shrink into a smaller and less elaborate shape. Let us imagine that the same tendency does away with them altogether. We would then have the letter h of the Maya alphabet represented by this figure, symbol. Now, As it takes less time to make a single stroke than a double one, this would become in time #. We turn now to the archaic Greek and the Old Hebrew, and we find the letter H indicated by the sign #, precisely the Maya letter H simplified. We turn to the archaic Hebrew, and we find it #. Now it is known that the Phoenicians wrote from right to left, and just as we in writing from left to right slope our letters to the right, so did the Phoenicians slope their letters to the left. Hence the Maya sign becomes in the archaic Phoenician this #. In some of the Phoenician alphabets we even find the letter H made with the double strokes above and below, as in the Maya H. The Egyptian hieroglyph for H is #, while CH is #. In time the Greeks carried the work of simplification still farther, and eliminated the top lines as we have supposed the Atlanteans to have eliminated the double strokes, and they have left the letter as it has come down to us, H. Now it may be said that all this is coincidence. If it is certainly remarkable. But let us go a step further. We have seen in Landa's alphabet that there are two forms of the letter M. The first is #. But we find also an M combined with the letter O, A, or E, says Landa, in this form, #. The M here is certainly indicated by the central part of this combination, the figure #. Where does that come from? It is certainly taken from the heart of the original figure wherein it appears. What does this prove? That the Atlanteans or Mayas, when they sought to simplify their letters and combine them with others, took from the centre of the ornate hieroglyphical figure some characteristic mark with which they represented the whole figure. Now let us apply this rule. We have seen in the table of alphabets that in every language from our own day to the time of the Phoenicians, O has been represented by a circle or a circle within a circle. Now where did the Phoenicians get it? Clearly from the Mayas. There are two figures for O in the Maya alphabet. They are ## and ##. Now, if we apply the rule which we have seen to exist in the case of the Maya M to these figures, the essential characteristic found in each is the circle, in the first case the pendant from the hieroglyph, in the other in the centre of the lower part of it. And that this circle was withdrawn from the hieroglyph and used alone, as in the case of the M, is proved by the very sign used at the foot of Landa's alphabet, which is ##. Landa calls this Ma, Me, or Mo. It is probably the latter, and in it we have the circle detached from the hieroglyph. We find the precise Maya O, a circle in a circle, or a dot within a circle, repeated in the Phoenician forms for O, thus ##, and ##, and by exactly the same forms in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. In the Runic we have the circle in the circle. In one form of the Greek O, the dot was placed alongside of the circle instead of below it, as in the Maya. Are these another set of coincidences? Take another letter. The letter N of the Maya alphabet is represented by this sign, itself probably a simplification of some more ornate form, ##. This is something like our letter S, but quite unlike our letter N. But let us examine into the pedigree of our N. We find in the archaic Ethiopian, a language as old as the Egyptian, and which represents the Cushite branch of the Atlantean stock, the sign for N, Na, is ##. In archaic Phoenician it comes still closer to the S shape, thus, ##, or in this form, ##. We have but to curve these angles to approximate it very closely to the Maya N. In Troy this form was found, ##. The Samaritan makes it ##. The Old Hebrew, ##. The Moab inscription gives it ##. The later Phoenicians simplified the archaic form still further until it became ##. Then it passed into ##. The archaic Greek form is ##. The later Greeks made N, from which it passed into the present form N. All these forms seem to be representations of a serpent. We turn to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for N was the serpent. The Pelasgian N was ##, the Arcadian ##, the Etruscan ##. Can anything be more significant than to find the serpent, the sign for N in Central America and in all these Old World languages? Now turn to the letter K. The Maya sign for K is ##. This does not look much like our letter K, but let us examine it. Following the precedent established for us by the Mayans in the case of the letter M, let us see what is the distinguishing feature here. It is clearly the figure of a serpent standing erect, with its tail doubled around its middle, forming a circle. It has already been remarked by Savallini that this erect serpent is very much like the Egyptian uraeus, an erect serpent with an enlarged body, a sacred emblem found in the hair of their deities. We turn again to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for K was a serpent with a convolution or protuberance in the middle, precisely as in the Maya. Thus, symbol. This was transformed into the Egyptian letter symbol. The serpent and the protuberance reappear in one of the Phoenician forms of K, to wit, symbol, while in the Punic we have these forms, symbol and symbol. Now suppose a busy people trying to give this sign, instead of drawing the serpent in all its details, they would abbreviate it into some form like this, symbol. Now we turn to the ancient Ethiopian sign for K, Ku, and we have symbol, or the Himyaritic Arabian, symbol, while in the Phoenician it becomes symbol. In the archaic Greek, symbol, and in the later Greek, when they changed the writing from left to right, kappa. So that the two lines projecting from the upright stroke of our English K are a reminiscence of the convolution of the serpent in the Maya original and the Egyptian copy. Turn now to the Maya sign for T. It is symbol. What is the distinctive mark about this figure? It is the cross composed of two curved lines, thus. It is probable that in this Maya sign the cross is united at the bottom like a figure 8. Here again we turn to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyph for T is symbol and symbol, and in the Syriac T it is symbol. We even find the curved lines of the Maya T, which give it something of the appearance of the numeral 8, repeated accurately in the Mediterranean alphabets. Thus the Punic T repeats the Maya form almost exactly, as symbol and symbol. Now suppose a busy people compelled to make this mark every day for 1,000 years, and generally in a hurry, and the cross would soon be made without curving the lines. It would become X. But before it reached even that simplified form, it had crossed the Atlantic and appeared in the archaic Ethiopian sign for Tsa, thus, symbol. In the archaic Phoenician the sign for T is symbol and symbol. The oldest Greek form is symbol or symbol, and the later Greeks gave it to the Romans tau, and modified this into theta. The old Hebrew gave it as symbol and symbol, the Moab stone as symbol. This became in time symbol and symbol. Take the letter A. In the Maya there are 3 forms given for this letter. The first is symbol. The third is symbol. The first looks very much like the foot of a lion or tiger. The third is plainly a foot or a boot. If one were required to give hurriedly a rude outline of either of these, would he not represent it thus, symbol? And can we not conceive that this could have in time been modified into the Phoenician A, which was symbol? The hieratic Egyptian A was symbol. The ancient Hebrew, which was symbol or symbol. The ancient Greek was the foot reversed, alpha. The later Greek became our A. Turn next to the Mayan sign for Q, Ku. It is symbol. Now what is the peculiarity of this hieroglyph? The circle below is not significant, for there are many circular figures in the Maya alphabet. Clearly, if one was called upon to simplify this, he would retain the 2 smaller circles joined side by side at the top, and would indicate the lower circle with a line or dash. And when we turn to the Egyptian Q, we find it in this shape, symbol. We turn to the Ethiopian Q, Kua, and we find it symbol, or as Kwa, symbol, while the Phoenician comes still nearer the supposed Mayan form in symbol. The Moab stone was symbol, the Himyaritic Arabian form became symbol, the Greek form was symbol, which graduated into the Roman Q. But a still more striking proof of the descent of the Phoenician alphabet from the Maya is found in the other form of the Q, the Mayan Ku, which is symbol. Now if we apply the Maya rule to this, and discard the outer circle, we have this left, symbol. In time the curved line would be made straight, and the figure would assume this form, symbol. The next step would be to make the cross on the straight line, thus, symbol. One of the ancient Phoenician forms is symbol. Can this be an accident? The letter C or G, for the 2 probably gave the same sound as in the Phoenician, is given in the Maya alphabet as follows, symbol. This would in time be simplified into a figure representing the two sides of a triangle with the apex upward, thus #. This is precisely the form found by Dr. Schliemann in the ruins of Troy, #. What is the Phoenician form for G as found on the Moab stone? It is #. The Carthaginian Phoenicians gave it a more rounded form, thus #. The hieratic Egyptian form for G was #. In the earlier Greek form the left limb of the figure was shortened, thus #. The later Greeks reversed it and wrote it gamma. The Romans changed this into #, and it finally became C. In the Maya we have one sign for P and another for PP. The first contains a curious figure, precisely like our R laid upon its back. #. There is apparently no R in the Maya alphabet, and the Roman R grew out of the later Phoenician R formed thus, #. It would appear that the earliest Phoenician alphabet did not contain the letter R. But if we now turn to the Phoenician alphabet, we will find one of the curious forms of the P given thus, #, a very fair representation of an R lying upon its face. Is it not another remarkable coincidence that the P in both Maya and Phoenician should contain this singular sign? The form of PP in the Maya alphabet is this #. If we are asked, on the principle already indicated, to reduce this to its elements, we would use a figure like this #. In time the tendency would be to shorten one of these perpendicular lines, thus #. And this we find is very much like the Phoenician P #. The Greek PH is phi. End of chapter 7.
Section 23, Part 3, The Civilization of the Old World and New Compared, Chapter 7 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World by Ignatius, Loyola, Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World by Ignatius, Loyola, Donnelly. Chapter 7. The Origin of Our Alphabet. One of the most marvelous inventions for the advancement of mankind is the phonetic alphabet, or a system of signs representing the sounds of human speech. Without it, our present civilization could scarcely have been possible. No solution of the origin of our European alphabet has yet been obtained. We can trace it back from nation to nation and form to form until we reach the Egyptians, the archaic forms of Phoenicians, Hebrews, and Cushites, but beyond this the light fails us. The Egyptians spoke of their own hieroglyphic system of writing not as their own invention, but as the language of the gods. Lenormant and Cheval, Ancient History of the East, Volume 2, page 208. The gods were, doubtless, their highly civilized ancestors, the people of Atlantis, who, as we shall hereafter see, became the gods of many of the Mediterranean races. According to the Phoenicians, the art of writing was invented by Tautus, or Taut, whom the Egyptians called Thouth, and the Egyptians said it was invented by Thouth or Thoth, otherwise called the first Hermes, which we clearly see that both the Phoenicians and the Egyptians referred the invention to a period older than their own separate political existence, and to an older nation from which both peoples received it. Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations, page 91. The first Hermes, here referred to, afterward called Mercury by the Romans, was a son of Zeus and Maia, a daughter of Atlas. This is the same Maia whom Abbe Brasseur de Bourbourg identifies with the Maya of Central America. Sir William Drummond in his Origine said, "There seems to be no way of accounting either for the early use of letters among so many different nations, or for the resemblance which existed between some of the graphic systems employed by those nations, than by supposing hieroglyphical writing, if I may be allowed the term, to have been in use among the Sabaeists in the first ages after the flood, when Sabaeis and planet worship was the religion of almost every country that was yet inhabited." Sir Henry Rawlinson says, "So great is the analogy between the first principles of the science of writing, as it appears to have been pursued in Chaldea, and as we can actually trace its progress in Egypt, that we can hardly hesitate to assign the original invention to a period before the Hamitic race had broken up and divided. It is not to be believed that such an extraordinary system of sound signs could have been the invention of any one man, or even of any one age. Like all our other acquisitions, it must have been the slow growth and accretion of ages. It must have risen step by step from picture writing through an intermediate condition, like that of the Chinese, where each word or thing was represented by a separate sign. The fact that so old and enlightened a people as the Chinese have never reached the phonetic alphabet gives us some indication of the greatness of the people among whom it was invented, and the lapse of time before they attained to it. Humboldt says, according to the views which since Champollion's great discovery have been gradually adopted regarding the earlier condition of the development of alphabetical writing, the Phoenicians, as well as Semitic characters, are to be regarded as the phonetic alphabet that has originated from pictorial writing, as one in which the ideal signification of the symbol is wholly disregarded, and the characters are regarded as mere signs for sounds. Cosmos, Volume 2, page 129. Baldwin says, Prehistoric Nations, page 93, the nation that became mistress of the seas established communication with every shore, and monopolized the commerce of the known world, must have substituted a phonetic alphabet for the hieroglyphics, as it gradually grew to this eminence, while so isolated Egypt, less affected by the practical wants and tendencies of commercial enterprise, retained the hieroglyphic system and carried it to a marvelous height of perfection. It must be remembered that some of the letters of our alphabet are inventions of the later nations. In the oldest alphabets there are no C, the G taking its place. The Romans converted the G into C, and then finding the necessity for a G sign, made one by adding a tailpiece to the C. The Greeks added the ancient alphabet and the epsilon, shaped like our V or Y, the two forms being used at first indifferently. They added the X sign, and they converted the T of the Phoenician into TH, or theta, Z and S into signs for double consonants. They turned the Phoenician Y, Yod, into I, iota. The Greeks converted the Phoenician alphabet, which was partly consonantal, into one purely phonetic, a perfect instrument for the expression of spoken language. The W was also added to the Phoenician alphabet. The Romans added the Y at first. I and J were both indicated by the same sound. A sign for J was afterward added. We have also, in common with other European languages, added a W, that is V, V, or W, to represent the W sound. The letters, then, which we owe to the Phoenicians are A, B, C, D, E, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, Z. If we are to trace our resemblances with the alphabet of any other country, it must be with these signs. Is there any other country to which we can turn, which possessed a phonetic alphabet in any respect kindred to this phonetic alphabet? It cannot be the Chinese alphabet, which has more signs than words. It cannot be the cuneiform alphabet of Assyria, with its 700 arrow-shaped characters, none of which bear the slightest affinity to the Phoenician letters. It is a surprising fact that we find in Central America a phonetic alphabet. This is in the alphabet of the Mayas, the ancient people of the peninsula of Yucatan, who claim that their civilization came to them across the sea in ships from the east, that is, from the direction of Atlantis. The Mayas succeeded to the Colhuas, whose era terminated 1,000 years before the time of Christ. From them they received their alphabet. It has come to us through Bishop Lander, one of the early missionary bishops, who confesses to have burnt a great number of Maya books because they contained nothing but the works of the devil. He fortunately, however, preserved for posterity the alphabet of this people. We present it herewith. Lander's Alphabet, from North America of Antiquity, page 434. Diego de Lander was the first bishop of Yucatan. He wrote a history of the Mayas and their country, which was preserved in manuscript at Madrid in the library of Royal Academy of History. It contains a description and explanation of the phonetic alphabet of the Mayas. Landa's manuscript seems to have lain neglected in the library, for little or nothing was heard of it until it was discovered by the French priest Brasseur de Bourbourg, who by means of it has deciphered some of the old American writings. He says, "The alphabet and signs explained by Landa have been to me a Rosetta Stone." Baldwin's Ancient America, page 191. When we observe in the table of alphabets of different European nations, which I give herewith, how greatly the forms of the Phoenician letters have been modified, it would surprise us to find any resemblance between the Maya alphabet of 2 or 3 centuries since and the ancient European forms. It must, however, be remembered that the Mayas are one of the most conservative peoples in the world. They still adhere with striking pertinacity to the language they spoke when Columbus landed on San Salvador, and it is believed that their language is the same as the one inscribed on the most ancient monuments of their country. Senor Pimentel says of them, "The Indians have preserved this idiom of such tenacity that they will speak no other. It is necessary for the whites to address them in their own language to communicate with them. It is therefore probable, as their alphabet did not pass from nation to nation, as did the Phoenician, that it has not departed so widely from the original forms received from the Colhuas." The alphabet. But when we consider the vast extent of time which has elapsed, and the fact that we are probably without the intermediate stages of the alphabet which preceded the archaic Phoenician, it will be astonishing we find resemblances between any of the Maya letters and the European forms, even though we concede that they are related. If we find decided affinities between 2 or 3 letters, we may reasonably presume that similar coincidences existed as to many others which have disappeared under the attrition of centuries. The first thought that occurs to us on examining the Landa alphabet is the complex and ornate character of the letters. Instead of the 2 or 3 strokes with which we indicate a sign for a sound, we have here rude pictures of objects, and we find that these are themselves simplifications of older forms of a still more complex character. Take, for instance, the letter PP in Landa's alphabet ###. Here are evidently the traces of a face. The same appear, but not so plainly, in the sign for X, which is ###. Now, if we turn to the ancient hieroglyphics upon the monuments of Central America, we will find the human face appearing in great many of them, as in the following, which we copy from the tablet of the cross at Palenque. We take the hieroglyphics from the left-hand side of the inscription. Here it will be seen that out of the 7 hieroglyphical figures, 6 contain human faces, and we find that in the whole inscription of the tablet of the cross there are 33 figures out of 108 that are made up in part of the human countenance. We can see, therefore, in the Landa alphabet a tendency to simplification, and this is what we would naturally expect. When the emblems, which were probably first intended for religious inscriptions, where they could be slowly and carefully elaborated, were placed in the hands of a busy, active commercial people, such as were the Atlanteans, and afterward the Phoenicians, men with whom time was valuable, and the natural tendency will be to simplify and condense them, and when the original meaning of the picture was lost, they would naturally slur it, as we find in the letters PP and X of the Maya alphabet, where the figure of the human face remains only in rude lines. The same tendency is plainly shown in the 2 forms of the letter H, as given in Landa's alphabet. The original form is more elaborate than the variation of it. The original form is ###, and the variation is ###. Now let us suppose the simplification to be carried a step farther, and we have seen the upper and lower parts of the first form shrink into smaller and less elaborate shape. Let us imagine that the same tendency does away with them altogether. We would then have the letter H of the Maya alphabet represented by this figure ###. Now, as it takes less time to make a single stroke than a double one, this would become in time ###. We turn now to the archaic Greek and the Old Hebrew, and we find that the letter H indicated by the sign ###, precisely the Maya letter H simplified. We turn to the archaic Hebrew, and we find ###. Now it is known that the Phoenicians wrote from right to left, And just as we, in writing from left to right, slope our letters to the right, so did the Phoenicians slope their letters to the left. Hence the Maya sign becomes in the archaic Phoenician this ###. In some of the Phoenician alphabets we'd even find the letter H made with the double strokes above and below, as in the Maya H. The Egyptian hieroglyphic for H is ###, while CH is ###. In time the Greeks carried the work of simplification still farther, and eliminated the top lines, as we have supposed the Atlanteans have eliminated the double strokes, and they left the letter as it has come down to us, H. Now it may be said that all this is coincidence. If it is certainly remarkable. But let us go a step farther. We have seen in Landis alphabet that there are two forms of the letter M. The first is ###, but we find also an M combined with the letter O, A, or E, says Lander, in this form ###. The M here is certainly indicated by the central part of this combination, the figure ###. Where does that come from? It is clearly taken from the heart of the original figure wherein it appears. What does this prove? That the Atlanteans or Mayas, when they sought to simplify their letters and combine them with others, took from the center of the ornate hieroglyphical figure some characteristic mark with which they represented the whole figure? Now let us apply this rule. We have seen in the table of alphabets that in every language from our own day to the time of the Phoenicians, O has been represented by a circle, or a circle within a circle. Now where did the Phoenicians get it? Clearly from the Mayas. There are two figures for O. In the Maya alphabet there are ### and ###. Now we will apply the rule which we have seen to exist in the case of the Maya M to these figures. The essential characteristic found in each is the circle. In the first case pendant from the hieroglyphic, in the other in the center of the lower part of it, and that this circle was withdrawn from the hieroglyphic and used alone, as in the case of the M, is proved by the very sign used at the foot of the Landis alphabet, which is ###. Lander calls this Ma, Mi, or Mo. It is probably the latter, and in it we have the circle detached from the hieroglyph. We find the precise Maya O, a circle in a circle, or a dot within a circle, repeated in the Phoenician forms for O, thus ### and ###, and by exactly the same forms in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. In the runic we have the circle in the circle. In one form of the Greek, O, the dot we placed alongside of the circle instead of below it, as in the Maya. Are these another set of coincidences? Take another letter. The letter N of the Maya alphabet is represented by this sign, itself probably a simplification of some more ornate form, ###. This is something like our letter S, but quite unlike our N. But let us examine into the pedigree of our N. We find in the archaic Ethiopian a language as old as the Egyptian, and which represents the Kushite branch of the Atlantean stock. The sign for N, Na, is ###. In archaic Phoenician it comes still closer to the S shape, thus ###, or in this form ###. We have but to curve these angles to approximate it very closely to the Maya N. In Troy this form was found ###. The Samaritan makes it ###. The Old Hebrew ###. The Mopestone inscription gives it ###. The later Phoenicians simplified the archaic form still further until it became ###. Then it passed into ###. The archaic Greek form is ###. The later Greeks made ###, from which it passed into the present form N. All these forms seem to be representations of a serpent. We turn to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for N was the serpent ###. The Pelasgian N was ###, the Akkadian ###, and the Etruscan ###. Can anything be more significant than to find the serpent, the sign for N, in the Central America, and in all these old world languages? Now turn to the letter K. The Maya sign for K is ###. This does not look much like our letter K, but let us examine it. Following the precedent established for us by the Mayas in the case for the letter M, let us see What is the distinguishing feature here? It is clearly the figure of a serpent standing erect, with its tail doubled around its middle, forming a circle. It has already been remarked by Savillani that this erect serpent is very much like the Egyptian Uras. An erect serpent with an enlarged body, a sacred emblem found in the hair of their deities. We turn again to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for K was a serpent with a convolution or protuberance in the middle, precisely as in the Maya. Thus, ###, this was transformed into the Egyptian letter ###. The serpent and the protuberance reappear in one of the Phoenician forms for K, to wit, ###, while in the Punic we have these forms ### and ###. Now suppose a busy people trying to give this sign, instead of drawing the serpent in all its detail, they would abbreviate it into something like this, ###. Now we turn to the ancient Ethiopian sign for K, Ka, and we have ###, or the Himyaritic Arabian ###, while in the Phoenician it becomes ###, in the archaic Greek ###, and in the later Greek, when they changed the writing from left to right, ###, so that the two lines projecting from the upright stroke of our English K are a reminiscence of the convolution of the serpent in the Maya original and the Egyptian copy. Turn now to the Maya sign for T. It is ###. What is the distinctive mark about this figure? It is the cross composed of two curved lines, thus ###. It is probable that in the Maya sign the cross is united at the bottom, like a figure 8. Here again we turn to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyph for T is ### and ###, and in the Syriac T is ###. We even find the curved lines of the Maya T, which gives it something of the appearance of the numeral 8, repeated accurately in the Mediterranean alphabets. Thus, the Punic T repeats the Maya form almost exactly as ### and ###. Now suppose a busy people compelled to make this mark every day for 1,000 years, and generally in a hurry, and the cross would soon be made without curving the lines. It would become X, but before it reached even that simplified form, it had crossed the Atlantic and appeared in the archaic Ethiopian sign for Tsa, thus ###. In the archaic Phoenician, the sign for ### is ### and ###. The oldest Greek form is ### or ###, and the later Greeks gave it to the Romans ###, and modified this into ###. The old Hebrew gave it as ### and ###, the mobstone as ###. This became in time ### and ###. Take the letter A. In the Maya there are 3 forms given for this letter. The first is ###. The third is ###. The first looks very much like the foot of a lion or tiger. The third is plainly a foot or boot. If one were required to give hurriedly a rude outline of either of these, would he not represent it thus, ###? And can we not conceive that this could have been in time modified into the Phoenician A, which was ###? The hieratic Egyptian A was ###. The ancient Hebrew, which was ### or ###. The ancient Greek was the foot reversed, ###. The later Greek became our A. Turn next to the Maya sign for Q, Ku. It is ###. Now what is the peculiarity of this hieroglyph? The circle below is not significant, for there are many circular figures in the Maya alphabet. Clearly, if one was called upon to simplify this, he would retain the 2 small circles joined side by side at the top, and would indicate the lower circle with a line or dash. And when we turn to the Egyptian Q, we find it in this shape, ###. We turn to the Ethiopian Q, Kua, and we find it ### as Kua, ###. While the Phoenician comes still nearer, the supposed Maya form in ###, the mobstone was ###. The Himyaritic Arabian form became ###. The Greek form was ###, which graduated in the Roman Q. But as a still more striking proof of the descent of the Phoenician alphabet from the Maya is found in the other form of the Q, the Maya Ku, which is ###. Now, if we apply the Maya rule to this and discard the outside circle, we have this left ###. In time, the curved line would be made straight, and the figure would assume this form ###. The next step would be to make the cross on the straight line, thus ###. One of the ancient Phoenician forms is ###. Can all this be accident? Letter C or G for the two probably gave the same sound, as in Phoenician is given in the Maya alphabet as follows, ###. This would in time be simplified into a figure representing the two sides of a triangle with the apex upward. Thus, ###. This is precisely the form found by Dr. Schliemann in the ruins of Troy, ###. What is the Phoenician form for G as found on the Mobstone? It is ###. The Carthaginian Phoenicians gave it more of a rounded form, thus ###. The hieratic Egyptian figure for G was ###. In the earlier Greek form, the left limb of the figure was shortened, thus ###. The later Greeks reversed it and wrote it ###. The Romans changed this into ###, and finally it became C. In the Maya, we have one sign for P and another for PP. The first contains a curious figure, precisely like a R laid on its back, ###. There is apparently no R in the Maya alphabet, and the Roman R grew out of the later Phoenician R formed thus, ###. It would appear that the earliest Phoenician alphabet did not contain the letter R, but if we now turn to the Phoenician alphabet, we will find one of the curious forms of the P given thus, ###, a very fair representation of an R lying upon its face. Is it not another remarkable coincidence that the P in both Maya and Phoenician should contain the singular sign? The form of PP in the Maya alphabet is this, ###. If we are asked, on the principle already indicated, to reduce this to its elements, we would use a figure like this, ###. In time, the tendency would be to shorten one of these perpendicular lines, thus, and this we find is very much like the Phoenician P, ###. The Greek PH is ###. L in Maya is in two forms. One of these is ###. The other is ###. Now, if we again apply this rule which we observed to hold good with the letter M, that is, draw from the inside of the hieroglyph some symbol that will briefly indicate the whole letter, we will have one of two forms, either a right-angled figure formed thus, ###, or an acute angle formed by joining the two lines which are unconnected thus, ###. And either of these forms brings us quite close to the letter L of the Old World. We find L on the Mobstone thus formed ###. The archaic Phoenician form of L was ### or ###. The archaic Hebrew was ### and ###. The hieratic Egyptian was ###. The Greek form was ###. The Roman L. The letter B is shaped thus ###. Now if we turn to the Phoenician, we find that B is represented by the same crescent-like figure which we find in the middle of this hieroglyph, but reversed in the direction of the writing thus ###. While in the archaic Hebrew we have the same crescent figure as in the Maya, turned in the same direction but accompanied by a line drawn downward and to the left, thus ###. A similar form is also found in the Phoenician ###, and this in the earliest Greek changed into ###, and in the later Greek into B. One of the Etruscan signs for B was ###, while the Pelasgian B was represented thus ###. The Chaldaic B was ###. The Syriac sign for B was ###. The Illyrian B was ###. The Maya E is ###. This became in time ###, and then ###. We see this form on the Maya monuments. The dots in time were indicated by strokes, and we reach the hieratic Egyptian form ###. And we even find in some of the ancient Phoenician inscriptions in the original Maya circles preserved in making the letter E, thus ###. Then we find the old Greek form ###. the Old Hebrew ###, and the later Phoenician ###. When the direction of the writing was changed, this became ###. Dr. Schliemann found a form like this on inscriptions deep in the ruins of Troy, ###. This is exactly the form found on the American monuments. I is ###. This became in time ###. This developed into a still simpler form ###. And this passed into the Phoenician form ###. The Samaritan I was formed thus ###. The Egyptian letter I is ###. Gradually, in all these, the left-hand line was dropped, and we come to the figure used on the stone of Moab, ###, and ###. This in time became the Old Hebrew ###, or ###, and this developed into the Greek ###, a complicated symbol for M reduced by the Mayas themselves into this figure ###. If we attempt to write this rapidly, we find it very difficult to always keep the base lines horizontal. Naturally, we form something like this ###. The distinctive figure within the sign for M in the Maya is ### or ###. We see this repeated in the Egyptian hieroglyphs for M ### and ### and ###, and in the Chaldaic M ### and the Ethiopic ###. We find one form of the Phoenician where the M is made thus ###, and the Punic it appears this ###, and this is not unlike the M on the stone of Moab ###, or the ancient Phoenician forms ###, and the Old Greek ###, or the ancient Hebrew ###. X of the Maya alphabet is hand pointed downward ###. This reduced to its elements would be expressed something like this ### or ###, and this is very much like the X of the archaic Phoenician ###, or the Moab stone ###, or the later Phoenician ###, or the Hebrew ###, or the Old Greek ###. The later Greek form was ###. The Maya alphabet contains no sign of the letter S. There is, however, a symbol called Ka, Ca, immediately above the letter K. It is probable that the sign Ka stands for the softer sound of C, as in our words citron, circle, civil, circus, etc., as it is written in the Maya alphabet Ka, and not K. It evidently represents a different sound. The sign Ka is this ###. A somewhat similar sign is found in the body of the symbol for K, thus ###. This would appear to be a simplification of Ka, but turned downward. If now we turn to the Egyptian letters, we find that the sign K, represented by this figure ### simplified again into ###, while the sign for K in the Phoenician inscription on the stone of Moab is ###. If now we turn to the S sound indicated by the Maya sign Ka, ###, we find the resemblance still more striking to kindred European letters. The Phoenician S is ###. In the Greek, this becomes ###. The Hebrew is ###. The Samaritan ###. The Egyptian hieroglyph for S is ###. The Egyptian letter S is ###. The Ethiopic ###. The Chaldaic ###, and the Illyrian S. C is ###. We have thus traced back the forms of 18 of the ancient letters to the Maya alphabet. In some cases the pedigree is so plain as to be indisputable. For instance, take the H, Maya ###, Old Greek ###, Old Hebrew ###, Phoenician ###, or take the letter O, Maya ###, Old Greek ###, Old Hebrew ###, Phoenician ###, or take the letter T, Maya ###, Old Greek ###, Old Phoenician ###, and ###, or take the letter Q, Maya ###, Old Phoenician ###, and ###, Greek ###. We take the letter K, Maya ###, Egyptian ###, Ethiopian ###, Phoenician ###, or take the letter N, Maya ###, Egyptian ###, Pelasgian, Akkadian, Phoenician, surely all this cannot be accident. If we find another singular proof of the truth of this theory, it will be seen that the Maya alphabet lacks the letter D and the letter R. The Mexican alphabet possessed a D. The sounds D and T were probably indicated in the Maya tongue for the same sign, called T in the Lander alphabet. The Finns and Lapps do not distinguish between these two sounds. In the oldest known form of the Phoenician alphabet, that found on the Mobstone, we find in the same way but one sign to express the D and T. D does not occur on the Etruscan monuments, T being used in its place. It would therefore appear that after the Maya alphabet passed to the Phoenicians, they added two new signs for the letters D and R, and it is singular fact that their poverty of invention seems to have been such that they used to express both D and R, the same sign with very little modification which they had already obtained from the Maya alphabet as the symbol for B. To illustrate this, we place the signs side by side. Thus appears that the very signs D and R in the Phoenician, Early Greek, and Ancient Hebrew, which are lacking in Maya, were supplied by imitating the Maya sign for B. And it is a curious fact that while Phoenician legends claim that Tout invented the art of writing, yet they tell us that Tout made records and delivered them to his successors and to foreigners, to whom one was Osiris the Egyptian god, the inventor of 3 letters. Did these 3 letters include the D and R which they did not receive from the Atlantean alphabet, as represented to us by the Maya alphabet? In the alphabetical table which we herewith append, we have represented the sign V, or vowel, or F by the Maya sign for U. In the present so-called Hebrew, as in the Syriac and Sabaic, Palmyrenic, and some other kindred writings, the vowel takes the place of F, and indicates the sounds of V and U. F occurs in the same place also on the Adelian table of Cyprus, in Lycian, also in Tuareg, Berber, and some other writings. American Encyclopedia, Art F. Since writing the above, I find in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society for December 1880, page 154, an interesting article pointing out other resemblances between the Maya alphabet and the Egyptian. I quote, "It is astonishing to notice that while Lander's first B is, according to Valentini, represented by a footprint, and that path and footprint are pronounced B in the Maya dictionary, the Egyptian sign for B was the human leg. Still more surprising is it that the H of Lander's alphabet is a tie of cord, while the Egyptian H is a twisted cord. But the most striking coincidence of all occurs in the coiled or curled line representing Lander's U, for it is absolutely identical with the Egyptian curled U. The Maya word for to wind or bend is uak. But why should Egyptians, confined as they were to the valley of the Nile, and abhorring as they did the sea and sailors, write their U precisely like Lander's alphabet U in Central America? There is one other remarkable coincidence between Lander's and the Egyptian alphabets. By the way, the English and other Teutonic dialects have a curious share in it. Lander's D, T, is a disk with lines inside the 4 quarters, the allowed Mexican symbol for a day or sun. So far as the sound is concerned, the English day represents it. So far as the form is concerned, the Egyptian cake ideograph for one country, and second, the sun's orbit is essentially the same. It would appear as if both the Phoenicians and Egyptians drew their alphabet from a common source, of which the Maya is a survival, but did not borrow from one another. They followed one different characteristics in the same original hieroglyph, as for instance in the letter B. And yet I have shown that the closest resemblance exists between the Maya alphabet and the Egyptian signs, in the C, H, T, I, K, M, N, O, Q, and S, 11 letters in all. In some cases, as in the N and K, the signs are identical. The K in both alphabets is not only a serpent, but a serpent with a protuberance or convolution in the middle. If we add to the above the B and U referred to in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, we have 13 letters out of 16 in the Maya and Egyptian related to each other. Can any theory of accidental coincidences account for all of this? And it must be remembered that these resemblances are found between the only two phonetic systems of alphabet in the world. Suppose that two men agree that each shall construct apart from the other a phonetic alphabet of 16 letters, that they shall employ only simple forms, combinations of straight or curved lines, and that their signs shall not in any wise resemble the letters now in use. They go to work apart, and they have a multitudinous array of forms to draw from the 1,000 possible combinations of lines, angles, circles, and curves. When they have finished, they bring their alphabets together for comparison. Under such circumstances, it is impossible that out of the 16 signs, one sign might appear in both alphabets. There is one chance in 100 that such might be the case, but there is not one chance in 500 that this sign should in both cases represent the same sound. It is barely possible that two men working thus apart should bid upon 2 or 3 identical forms, but altogether impossible that these forms should have the same significance, and by no stretch of the imagination can it be supposed that in these alphabets so created, without correspondence, 13 out of 16 signs should be the same in form and the same in meaning. It is probable that a full study of the Central American monuments may throw stronger light upon the connection between the Maya and the European alphabets, and that further discoveries of inscriptions in Europe may approximate the alphabets of the New and Old World still more closely by supplying intermediate forms. Finding the American hieroglyphs, peculiar signs which take the place of pictures, and which probably, like the hieratic symbols, mingled with the hieroglyphics of Egypt, represent alphabetical sounds. For instance, we find this sign on the walls of the palace of Palenque, ###. This is not unlike the form of the Phoenician T used in writing ### and ###. We find also upon these monuments the letter O, represented by a small circle, and entering into many of the hieroglyphs. We also find the tau sign, thus ###, often repeated, also the sign which we have supposed to represent B, ###, also the sign, ###, which we think is the simplification of the letter K, also this sign, which we suppose to represent E, ###, also this figure, ###, and this, ###. There is an evident tendency to reduce the complex figures to simple signs whenever the writers proceed to form words. Though it has so far been found difficult, if not impossible, to translate the compound words formed from the Maya alphabet, yet we can go far enough to see that they used a system of simpler sounds for the whole hieroglyph to which we have referred. Bishop Lander gives us, in addition to the alphabet, the signs which represent the days and months, and which are evidently compounds of the Maya letters. For instance, we have this figure as the representative of the month Mo, ###. Here we see very plainly the letter ### for M, the sign ### for O, and we will possibly find the sign for L in the right angle to the right of the M sign, and which is derived from the figure in the second sign for L in the Maya alphabet. Most ancient races of Central America is the Chiapenec, a branch of the Mayas. They claim to be the first settlers of the country. They came, their legends tell us, from the east and from beyond the sea. And even after the lapse of so many thousand years, most remarkable resemblances have been found to exist between the Chiapenec language and the Hebrew, the living representative of the Phoenician tongue. The Mexican scholar Senor Malga, North Americans of Antiquity, page 475, gives the following list of words taken from the Chiapenec and the Hebrew. The following words shall be read in such a manner: English first, Chiapenec second, Hebrew third. English: son, Chiapenec; bin, Hebrew; ben, daughter; bats, bath; father, abag, abba; star and zodiac: Chimax, Chima; kin, Molo; Malok, name applied to Adam: Abag, Abba. afflicted, Chanam, Chanan, God, Elab, Elab, September, Tsukun, Tushchiri, More, Shik, Chi, Rich, Chaban, Chabak, son of Seth, Enot, Enos, to give, Votan, Votan. Thus, while we find such extraordinary resemblances between the Maya alphabet and the Phoenician alphabet, we find equally surprising coincidences between the Chiapenec a branch of the Mayas, and the Hebrew, a branch of the Phoenicians. Attempts have been repeatedly made by European scholars to trace the letters of the Phoenician alphabet back to the elaborate hieroglyphics from which all authorities agree, and they must have been developed, but all such attempts have been failures. In the Maya alphabet, we are not only able to extract from the heart of the hieroglyphic the typical sign for the sound, but we are able to go a step farther, and by means of the inscriptions upon the monuments of Copan and Palenque, deduce the alphabetical hieroglyph itself from an older and more ornate figure. We thus not only discover the relationship of the European alphabet to the American, but we trace its descent in the very mode in which reason tells us it must have been developed. All this proves that the similarities in question did not come from Phoenicians having accidentally visited the shores of America, but that we have before us the origin, the source, the very matrix in which the Phoenician alphabet was formed. In the light of such a discovery, the inscriptions upon the monuments of Central America assume incalculable importance. They take us back to the civilization far anterior to the oldest known in Europe. They represent the language of antediluvian times. It may be said that it is improbable that the use of an alphabet could have ascended to antediluvian times, or to that prehistoric age when intercourse existed between ancient Europe and America. But it must be remembered that if the flood legends of Europe and Asia are worth anything, they prove that the art of writing existed at the date of the deluge, and that records of antediluvian learning were preserved by those who escaped the flood, while Plato tells us that the people of Atlantis engraved their laws upon columns of bronze and plates of gold. There was a general belief among the ancient nations that the art of writing was known to the antediluvians. The Druids believed in books more ancient than the flood. They styled them the books of Ferelt, and the writings of Pridian and Hu. Ceridwen consults them before she prepares the mysterious cauldron which shadows out the awful catastrophe of the deluge. Faber's Pagan Idolatry, Volume 2, page 150 and 151. In the first avatar of Vishnu we are told that the divine ordinances were stolen by the demon Hayagriva. Vishnu became a fish, and after the deluge, when the waters had subsided, he recovered the holy books from the bottom of the ocean. Berosus, speaking of the time before the deluge, says, Owens wrote concerning the generations of mankind and their civil polity. The Hebrew commentators on Genesis say, Our rabbins assert that Adam, our father of blessed memory, composed a book of precepts which were delivered to him by God in paradise. Smith's Sacred Annals, page 49. That is to say, the Hebrews preserved a tradition that the Ad-Ami, the people of Ad, or Atlantis, possessed while yet dwelling in paradise the art of writing. It has been suggested that without the use of letters, it would have been impossible to preserve the many details as to dates, ages, and measurements as of the ark and handed down to us in Genesis. Josephus, quoting Jewish tradition, says, The births and deaths of illustrious men between Adam and Noah were noted down at the time with great accuracy. Antlib 1 Cap 3rd C3. Suidas, a Greek lexicographer of the 11th century, expresses tradition when he says, Adam was the author of arts and letters. The Egyptians said that their god Anubis was an antediluvian, and he wrote annals before the flood. The Chinese have traditions that the earliest race of their nation prior to history taught all the arts of life and wrote books. Goths always had the use of letters, and Lagrange affirms that before or soon after the flood there were found the acts of great men engraved in letters on large stones. Forsbrook's Encyclopedia of Antiquity, Volume 1, page 355. Pliny says, letters were always in use. Strabo says, the inhabitants of Spain possessed records written before the deluge. Jackson's Chronicles of Antiquity, Volume 3, page 85. Mitford, History of Greece, Volume 1, page 121, says, nothing appears to us so probable as that it, the alphabet, was derived from the antediluvian world. End of chapter 7. The origin of the alphabet, of section 23 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius, Loyola, Donnelly. Recording by Pan Neverlander.